Jeff.
Hello.
What is that?
It's a gift. It's the old comprehensive plan.
Oh, I have a CD of that.
Oh, good.
A DVD of it.
Does anybody have DVD players anymore? How do you?
Yeah, right.
You don't have a DVD?
Oh yeah, actually, my computers usually have them.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
My computer
I
does.
still have a plug-in DVD, that Apple makes.
Meeting. I'm Bernard Green, chair of the Brookline.
We need to go live.
Oh, sorry.
So we're ready to go live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the meeting of the Select Board for June 25th, 2024. First, we'd like to go into executive session, and I move that the Select Board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing strategy related to a litigation matter, specifically the case of Bergeron et al. Versus Town of Brookline et al. In the U.S. District Court for alleged violations of the Fair Labor Practice or Standards Act. The litigation matter must be discussed in executive session because an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigation position of the town, and the chair so declares an executive session therefore to be necessary. So all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
And David Perlman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye also. So we're going into executive session and we will reconvene in open session following the executive session.
Go ahead.
Okay, good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for June, excuse me, Regina, for June 25th, 2024. Let's start off with announcements and updates, and if you don't mind, I would like to begin with a commercial. As many of you may know, the town's Martin Luther King Jr. Celebration Committee brings to Brookline intellectually stimulating and entertaining programs every year on the King holiday in January. The committee also arranges programs throughout the year. Last night, we co-sponsored with Booksmith's Bookstore a talk by Roxbury artist Aqua Holmes. She talked about her new young adults book called An Autobiography of Coretta Scott King, who studied here in Boston where she met Martin Luther King. It includes excerpts from King's autobiography, which is called Coretta, My Life, My Love, My Legacy, that Aqua Holmes illustrated with very poignant paintings and collages. She gave a warm, personal, and informative talk. It was a special evening with a very important local artist whose works can be seen in the best of salons. She was introduced and interviewed by MLK committee member Jack Curtis. And the reason why I'm mentioning this is that I recommend that people go to the MLK committee's get on the MLK committee's mailing list or monitor our webpage on the town's website for upcoming programs. They're very interesting and important and really bring a level of intellectual stimulation to the community that I think is very important. You can get on the mailing list of the committee and other programs of the Diversity Office by emailing Caitlin Starr at deicr@brooklinema.gov. So that's my commercial announcement. Any other comments or updates?
I always wait for someone to be ahead of me, but it never happens. I have one.
Okay, I knew you had one.
I think I can say without fear of contradiction that we had a red hot Juneteenth this year. I'm talking about the temperature, but I'm also talking about the success of the day. And I will confess that when I was looking ahead to Juneteenth on Monday and Tuesday, and those reports that there was going to be record high temperatures kept coming in, I just kept thinking to myself, how the heck are the folks who are pulling this together going to pull it off? And will anybody show up in that kind of heat? Well, not only did they pull it off, but they pull it off fantastically. And hundreds showed up and got all kinds of free goodies and food and had a really good time and dealt with the heat as best as anybody can deal with the heat. So I'm going to mention some first names because they know who they are, and I think they deserve some thanks. Zaria, Yolanda, Adina, Abby, Tamu, Melanie, Daphne. I also want to mention in particular, excuse me, Danelle O'Neill, who, in my estimation, is the spirit of the Juneteenth march. And we had both a march and a block party this year. And I think both were very worthy events. And we proved that you can actually have both in honor and in celebration of Juneteenth. And I think it's important that as much as possible, we figure out a way to maximize how those two events fit together. And I think we will. If we build on the success of this year, we're going to be just fine, and we're going to have many great Juneteenths to come.
Thank you. I'll say that I attended both of the events.
You did.
Including walking that mile and a half.
He did, folks.
from school to the playground. And with my limping these days, which is only temporary, that was quite a feat for me to do. So, any other updates? Okay, let's move on to public comment. Tiffany, would you like to lay out the rules for us?
Yes. Thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Once 15 minutes has been met, there is an opportunity at the conclusion of the Select Board's business for additional comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up. Please conclude your remarks at this time. If you have more to say, you're welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. And the first speaker we have signed up tonight is Arthur Conquest.
I'm almost positive I'll be under 3 minutes, okay? So, yeah, okay, thank you, every time. Thank you. Arthur Conquest, Town Meeting Member Precinct 6. Thursday past, June 19th, the town celebrated Juneteenth as a national holiday. There were 2 Brookline events sponsored by 2 separate groups. One, a Freedom March, had 17 participants. A second, a block party, had unofficially approximately 700 in attendance. I participated in both events, and I'm not passing judgment on either of them. However, I do have very serious concerns about the involvement and the decision-making process of the Select Board and the town administrator. Publicly, it was stated that there would be one group hosting the celebration. Paul Warren's 14th of March weekly blog stated, and I quote, "The board discussed and approved a request to authorize the town administrator to see one or more community partnerships for a town-wide celebration of Juneteenth. In past years, there had been 2 separate celebrations. The board would like to fund one official celebration," unquote. The problem was why the decision was made to fund each of the competing groups, and the reasons for the specific amounts made were never explained to either of the 2 groups, which created needless internal confusion and dissension. On a personal level, I spent 5 weeks plus ridiculously dealing with the nonsensical explanation about using ARPA funds to support granting a $1,000 college scholarship award to a low-income Brookline High School graduate through the block party. I got the runaround, double-speak nonsense and simply ignoring
You have
me
30 seconds.
like I was a Black slave, unable to read or write, that General Granger had traveled to Galveston, Texas to set free in 1865. On a final point, I helped hand out 150 to 200 white T-shirts at the block party with the year 1865 on the front and Juneteenth celebration on the back. I asked approximately 20 adults and children who had lined up what 1865 stood for.
That concludes your time.
Maybe 5 out of the 20 were informed. Juneteenth is not about serving a free plate of food and handing out cake and ice cream, and then completely
Arthur?
forgetting them on the bottom of the society's economic and social ladder.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
There are no other speakers who signed up in advance, but if there's anyone online who would like to speak, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature. And no one is raising their hand at this time.
Okay, thank you, Tiffany. So next, approval of minutes from June 11, 2024. Any edits or updates to the minutes from Select Board? Seeing none, I move approval of the minutes of June 11, 2024. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Next, we have, we took one out. We have items 5B through 5, is it Q?
Yes, Q.
5Q. I'd like to take in omnibus fashion, unless anyone would like to take out another of these items. Seeing none, I move approval of items 5B through 5Q on the agenda. Please, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
And David Perlman.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, next, our calendar. And the item that was taken out of the consent agenda has to do with the MOU for the Newbury site with the school department, and we'll deal with that as the last item. Okay, next, annual appointments. Question of making annual appointments is recommended by the town administrator of department heads, administrators, other officials, and employees, setting the benefits, salaries, and wages of all non-union employees effective July 1, 2024, the beginning of our next fiscal year. As do you want to present that?
Sure. So this is an annual process. Every year, there are two things that you do as a board regarding staff that are not covered by collective bargaining agreements. One of them is you pass the annual wage adjustment, a change in wage and salary schedule, which is usually mirrors the wage amounts across townwide wherever possible. And in this instance, it mirrors the wage adjustment in the police contract for FY25, which is 2%. So for management non-union personnel, a 2% adjustment that includes mid-management technical professionals, department staff, miscellaneous positions. Then there are the reappointment of certain positions that are required by statute. This is kind of an artifact of past practice, wherein certain positions, because they are covered by a special act, are required to be reappointed every year by the select board. We do that process here. I would just note that, this process, like the renewal of licenses at the end of the year, is not an occasion for an analysis of job performance. Obviously, if there are ever any issues on that front, the select board is able to address those with me on a confidential basis. And if there is a need for any sort of evaluation or internal discipline, that can take place if it needs to take place in executive session. So this is not an opportunity to say, oh, this person shouldn't be reappointed. This is a formality. And of course, if there are ever any issues with how a department is run, board members should feel free to discuss that with the select board office, which is what we're here for. And so that's just an explanation on that front. The third thing, which is a little out of the ordinary, which we don't do every year, is reclassifications for certain individuals in the department head pay plan. Recommending that as described in attachment E in your packet, an adjustment that reflects the increased amount of work that department heads have taken on in I believe it's more than 15 years since this was last looked at on a systemic basis. This is part and parcel of the reclassification process that you authorized as part of the override package. It allows us to be competitive in terms of our wages for our department heads. And it comes now well past the midway point of the reclassifications that we have been undertaking. It also just serves, I think, as a testament to the skill and strength of our current department heads. I really think we have an incredible staff and team here, all of whom are reflected in this pay reclassification. And so an opportunity to acknowledge the hard work that they have been doing, going above and beyond in an environment of increased responsibility. being able to offer them this reclassification also allows them to then go down in step levels so that they can continue earning wage adjustments. Several of our department heads are now at the maximum step for their grade. So by increasing them to a grade, it also gives them increased room to grow in their salaries. And it's just, as I said, we are really blessed to have a fantastic staff here from the department heads on down. And so this is an opportunity to recognize them, just as we have been recognizing other people in the other tape plans as we've been classifying them over the last, since the override was passed. So the details of that are contained within the adjustments there. And I will just note that the only area there where there is still to come is with the division heads of DPW who are classified within the department head pay plan. I don't want people to think we are forgetting them. Far from it. There is an independent process going on there in DPW for a wage and salary study. It is an area where it's a little harder to track the comparisons across communities. So we're doing a deeper dive there. And we want to be sure that we have the data right, and we will move on those with the budget permitting at the time that we finish the analysis of the entire department. So the other positions, the only other positions that are exempt as we discussed from this, as we discussed previously, are the 3 contractual positions. So the 2 public safety chiefs and me. And that's obviously a matter we can, discuss as part of the regular contractual process.
Thank you. Mike?
I think you answered my question, but I just want to make sure that except for the remaining positions in DPW, are we fully at where we wanted to be in terms of getting people up to the median for the comparable positions?
For the department heads, yes. We
And
still have a couple more positions to go. We're more than halfway there. We have a couple more positions to go across the departments. There are a couple of pay grades that we're looking at shifting, but we are I would say we are over the hump. We've addressed the most egregious areas, for example, social workers. And now we're looking at ripple effects and kind of individual nudges in certain directions.
and when will we be done with it? Are we going to have to wait for another budget cycle to be finished with it?
I think we'll be done over the course of this budget cycle, the course of this fiscal year. We should be done.
Okay. All right.
That's how the override was kind of baked in.
Right, and that was-
Additional override funds are
and-
coming in this year,
right,
and that should be enough to finish the work.
Right. And I'm sure you recall that that was one of the priorities that we had.
Yes.
For the override.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, so Chaz, it was unclear to me how all the numbers totaled out. Item 3, which is the reclassification, is 123,681. That's correct?
Yes.
What's the total cost of number 2?
The total cost of number 2, Melissa has that number, I think. I think she's online. But we have budgeted that out. That's obviously more because it's everyone on the pay plan, on the pay plans.
is Melissa here?
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm gonna need to pull up the spreadsheet because I don't have it pulled up yet. So I'll give you that number in just a minute.
Okay, and then I think I heard you answer my next question, which I hadn't yet asked. All this is part of, so the number 3 is part of the operating override.
Yes.
And then number 2 is part of our annual planning process. And
Yes.
we accounted for this in the budget.
That's correct. It's built, you can see actually all the way back in the financial plan from February.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
right. The 2% number is right in there.
Yep, okay.
Okay, Melissa, you ready?
No, I can give you that number in the chat, but why don't you go ahead and take the vote? It doesn't change the outcome.
Yeah, it's not gonna, and you could, it wasn't clear to me what the number was.
Revote. Okay. Okay, any other questions or comments, discussion from the select board?
Other than thank you to our employees for
Yeah.
all the hard work that they
Yeah,
do,
yeah.
and
Yep.
2% is good. Wish it could be a lot more. But I think this is an important part of our, to attract and retain great talent. So thanks for their
And
service.
I think we thank them because the incredible job they do in terms of quality, as well as something that I've noticed, and that is a large number of our employees are here for a long time.
Right.
Not all, but many, many, many are here for many, many years. And they know the history of the town. They can really help other employees as well as the select board in terms of what is important for us to know before we embark on various projects. So, I mean, I want to thank them for their commitment to Brookline, as well as the skills that they employ here. So, any other comments, discussion? Okay, so I move. We have 3 votes. I'll start with the first one, of course. I move approval of the annual reappointment of department heads and other management personnel as appearing on attachment A to our packet, and miscellaneous personnel as appearing on attachment D of our packet for fiscal year 2025, which of course is July 1st, 2024 through June 30, 2025, as recommended by the town administrator. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Michael Sandman,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Next, I move approval of the wage adjustments of 2% effective July 1st, 2024 for positions on the head pay plan, the mid-management professional technical pay plan, and for all other non-union positions as recommended by the town administrator. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Michael Sandman,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. And finally, I move approval of the department head and other non-union clerical reclassifications as described in attachment E in our packet and as recommended by the town administrator. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Michael Sandman,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, our next item. Boards and commissions interviews, the Housing Advisory Board. We have Carol Gladstone in the audience who is applying for the HAB. Please come up and tell us a little bit about yourself. At the microphone. You have to speak into the mic so that our vast TV audience can hear what you have to say.
Terrific. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for considering this appointment. I appreciate it very much. My name's Carol Gladstone. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 2, and I have recently retired from a 45-year plus a little bit career in real estate, which ranges from commercial development, large-scale commercial development, to most recently leadership of the state's capital projects and real estate agency. And in between all of that, I did a lot of work in development and housing, nonprofit work with nonprofits, work on affordable housing. I also worked on the municipal side in Chelsea, heading up the economic development and community development department. And so with all of that, sort of a housing has been a through line of everything that I've done. And I have more time, and I've been trying to figure out what the best way is for me to contribute to the town. And thank you for putting me on the MBTA Community Act Committee, because that dropped me into the discussions about housing in town pretty quickly. And I think it's just an incredibly rich and important issue, obviously, for the town. It's a national issue. It's probably an existential issue, actually. And I hope I can use what I've learned, my experience, to help advance the town's housing agenda.
Great, thank you.
You're
You
welcome.
come with us with an incredible background, and hopefully we can use that to achieve some of the goals that town has. I have a question related to that. So some of us in Brookline, or maybe I should speak for myself, I'm concerned about the difficulty of building or preserving middle-income housing. My concern is that Brookline's future is not sustainable in any real way if we continue a trend of becoming a community of the rich and the poor. And that's not where we are, but it's the trend that we're looking at. Without a vibrant and culturally strong middle class, we really will have problems down the road. So I thought my question is, do you have any sage advice, any new ideas, any suggestions for that very broad general question?
I'll start with saying I completely share with you that concern. And I think that is the biggest challenge how we find a way to support the middle. I don't have any sage specifics. I think part of where we start is understanding why, what the market forces are that are making this, making that what is clearly a change, and what can we do to then steer those forces? What are the things that we as a town can do to help steer forces that are market and demographics that are really bigger than us?
So you don't have a
I wish I
specific
had it. I
plan
wish I
for us.
did. I wish I did.
Okay. Any other, Mike?
I'm just thinking that if Carol had that answer, then, we don't need a housing advisory board. We can have that answer.
Well,
Right.
But if
It's a
I
little
had
more
that answer, I
complex than
shouldn't
that,
say
huh?
it now because it would be dead on arrival at that point, right?
Right.
Mm.
Right.
Mm.
No. It's a great addition to that board.
Paul,
Everyone, Carol, first, thank you for your willingness to come forward and serve on the Housing Advisory Board. I think you'll be fantastic on it. So you're already knowing where my head is going with Carol. But I would love to hear your thoughts about our inclusionary zoning. That's okay. It happens. When we did the Harvard Street MBTA Communities Act consensus plan, we tried something new, which was to require that 15% of units built within the Harvard Street corridor, they have to be affordable.
Yep.
We eliminated the opportunity for the developer to write a check to the Housing Trust Fund to essentially buy out those
Yep.
units and convert them into market rate units. I'm curious about your thoughts about that. The jury's still out. We haven't seen anything develop yet, but building a few units at a time, 1Z, 2Z, 3Z is not going to solve the problem with either low income or, as Bernard said, middle income. Any thoughts on how to accelerate the development of truly affordable, deed restricted, whether it be 50% or into the middle income ranges that Bernard had been talking about, up to 100%, 110%? How do we do that?
Well, I mean, if I had the magic answer, we could not go home, but celebrate. The projects at scale at this point really are mixed income projects. That's how you get, and I think that's probably from a policy direction, a good direction as well. So part of that is getting enough scale, and where can we get the scale, and how are we, what are the sites that would offer that opportunity, and how do we encourage that kind of development? I've been talking with people who've been working on the project to redevelop the massive Boston Housing Authority project in Charlestown. And I think there's some lessons there for us about how we think about this. So I share with all of you the concern about the middle, I think, owner, and specifically in terms of ownership. And that's the hardest piece to do. It's the hardest to support.
any other questions? David?
I'm just wondering if you could describe sort of your broad philosophical approach to housing development. Do you look at it from a perspective of what would be the necessary inventory to add? Do you look at it on a neighborhood by neighborhood basis?
It's an interesting question. I guess I'm thinking more about it, more of like as I said previously, what are the market dynamics that are going on that are clearly creating a shift in what's going on in Brookline? And what does that mean? What does that mean? What do the demographics mean long-term? And what overall we can do to shape that? I know there's a very big difference, the sort of north and south of Route 9. I haven't really thought enough about what that might mean in different neighborhoods. I don't know enough to even hazard an opinion.
Let me, excuse me. Let me ask this question.
Yep.
I'm trying to make use of your extensive background and expertise, right? I mean, we're gonna have, presumably we'll have you on the HAB and can you know, get that expertise used in that forum, but still, if you can give us some great ideas now, I would really appreciate it. So just a little while ago, you said that, I think you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it's particularly difficult to do owner occupied affordable housing or middle income housing. And the way you said that suggests that that is the preferred way of doing middle income housing. Is that, what's your thinking about middle income housing that is owner occupied versus rental?
I feel like that the ownership piece is a missing piece. No, they're both missing pieces. But I think that the ownership piece maybe is more significant issue. I guess I would be curious to know what you all think about that.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm sorry, Mike.
Oh, go ahead.
No,
I-
it was,
I
I
didn't
was
want to
gonna
interrupt
mention
you.
that most of our housing in Brookline is
It's
rental
it's
housing.
it's half, it's 50, you know, it's
50
50.
plus one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, but I feel like the part that's has been getting lost is in fact more affordable, reasonably affordable ownership. That's Mike, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. I just wanted.
No.
Yeah, right. Thank you. I think it's worth making the point that somebody made to me. It's not my, I didn't come up with the point. But somebody said that Brookline is an unusual place among suburbs of Boston that have attractive school systems, in that people who can't afford to buy entry to the school system can rent entry to it. And while I agree with you that it's harder to put a project together that makes it possible to build affordable ownership projects. It's really important to recognize that we don't want to, when we talk about demographics and retaining or reviving the demographic mix that we've had in the past, and that has made the community successful. It's that ability to rent access to town for people who don't have the capital to buy remains very important.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. We'll be making our
Thank you.
decision at a later date, but appreciate you coming forward.
And thank you for considering me.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Carol.
Okay, we next have boards and commissions update, which is the trustees of the Walnut Hill Cemetery will provide a brief but very interesting trustee report.
Brief and very interesting. That'll be my goal.
Okay.
You'll let me know if it's interesting. My name is Randolph Micklejohn. I'm the current chair of the trustees of Walnut Hill Cemetery. This is the first, I don't know how many of these board and commission chair updates you've had. This is the first time I've done it. I appreciate the opportunity very much. I think it's actually a great procedure. And I sent a 2-page report, just sort of the high points. And just to ground our conversation now, if you'll indulge me, I might just give you a few numbers and facts about the cemetery to kind of level the playing field between those who are more familiar and those not so much. Walnut Hill Cemetery is 45 acres. After Lars Anderson Park, it is the largest town-owned open space that you can walk around in freely, since you can't do that in Putterham Meadows or really any golf course. So it's a big place. It has its 150th anniversary next year. And but it's also a little quiet. We only sell about 30 burial lots every year on average. We have about 40 burials every year. And residents and qualifying employees can buy a burial lot there, which is not the case in every peer community in Metro Boston. I think this is a significant planning accomplishment over the very long term. We've continued to benefit from the planning done by town officials and staff in the 1870s and the 1920s. It costs about $2,500 if you want to buy what we call a full body upright marker lot with headstone and all that. Or if you have cremated remains, you can get in there for $990 with a flat stone marker. It's a nice place to visit. You can ride your bike, you can walk your dog. And the Urban Forest Climate Resiliency Master Plan in 2021 is a really interesting document in many ways. And what it shows about the cemetery is that Walnut Hills is the coolest and the shadiest large public open space in Brookline. So it's really worth taking care of. And, you know, on behalf of the trustees, that's what we're about. Let me pause there and tell me what questions you have and what you'd like to hear about.
Right off, first, thank you for coming. I think this might be one of our first boards and commissions updates, right? You're the first. You did a great job, brief and exciting, informative. This is probably the best kept secret in Brookline, Walnut Cemetery. Do you know how many visitors you get annually?
I don't, and I'm not aware there's any data about it.
Okay.
Paul, what I will say is that I think it's important that the visitors are the cross section that they are, dog walkers, and so on, but also families visiting graves, families attending burials, and the fact that this is an active cemetery gives it a certain character. It makes the landscape meaningful in a certain way that it would not if it weren't as historic and beautiful as it is, or if it were only historic and nobody could have a current burial there.
Right.
Mike.
Thank you. That was a very useful report, especially with regard to tree cover and the climate impact. I just want to say I'm a future customer.
Okay.
I think it's important to let the community know that that lots are available. There is still space for residents in our own local cemetery.
I touched on this in my report because one of the most interesting things that we worked on in the last couple of years was the problem of not running out of space, but running out of a certain type of lot, what turned out to be a very popular type. In 2004, there was a new master plan done, and that was around the time that the trustees authorized cremation lots, which are smaller, 3x3, something like that. And what they were trying to do was both to conserve land, and all cemeteries are worrying about this, but they were also trying to respond to demand and to create demand for alternative modes of burial. It may be the only thing that the town sells you that you get forever in some way. So it's a serious planning concern. We were able to come up with a solution to find some, and again, all cemeteries do this, find some space within existing sections, and to use some lawn space that hadn't been laid out without getting into currently wooded areas. But it was a very interesting, and for the first time, a public conversation with, stakeholders, neighbors, town meeting members in precinct 16, about, what the expectations were about change in the cemetery and how was it going to take place.
So I take it care and maintenance of the cemetery is paid out of town funds in the open space division? Or do you have a separate trust fund?
I think it's really both, and I'm not going to be able to be precise about this, but when you buy a lot, the money, some of it gets diverted into a perpetual care fund, some of it into the general fund. The trustees vote to transfer into some town operating fund every year. Town staff, of course, would tell you about that in more detail. And I should mention, trustees have had an excellent relationship with the last two parks and open space directors. Really looking forward to the new one, but I think our working relationships, personal relationships with Alexandra Vecchio and Aaron Shute before her have really have been productive and produced good work. Alexandra was sorry she could not be here. She's on vacation, some of you may know, but because she has 4 boards who are going to go through this, she wanted to see how it goes down.
Any other? John?
Just Randolph, thank you so much, and all the trustees. This is just a question that I grabbed out of thin air. And if the answer is we don't have such a thing, that's fine. Is there anything that amounts to a tree census that is maintained so that you have a sense of whether your tree population is shrinking, growing, expanding, whatever?
Yeah, thanks, John. There is. It's actually on the cemetery website. The trustees voted to recommend approval of, I think it's called the Tree Replacement Master Plan. It was done by a consultant over 22 and 2023, and there was a identification and assessment of all of the major trees in the cemetery, both in what you might call lawn areas, but also in the forest around it, because some parts of it along Allendale Road are wooded. And, it's an appropriate type of planning to do for a cemetery or any major public space. Like I said, it's quite large. It's mostly for use of the town's professional staff.
Okay.
From the point of view of the trustees, what it does is, work out how to commit to the preservation of a specific historic landscape with very specific character. As you may know, the 1870 part looks a certain way. The 1920s part looks a certain way. That's real. That should persist, and that has actually been part of our planning about how to use space, mostly in the 1926 side.
Mhm.
But I'd be happy to walk any of you around and show you by the declining hemlocks, the Austrian pines that are about to fall down, things like that. And this tree replacement master plan lets the town anticipate that, do it on a non-emergency basis,
Yeah.
and to budget for it.
Yeah, great. Thanks.
Well,
It just one follow-up, and this is new for us as well as you're our first. So I guess I'm going to take a page out of our department reviews. Is there something that we should be doing that we're not doing, that, if there are no constraints, what are we not doing for the cemetery commission as a board to help or facilitate? Do you have an ask?
This is at the end of my 2-page report. I would like, and I have raised this with Alexandra Vecchio, I would like to come back to our master plan, which is from 2004, and either update it or write a new one. This could be done over the next several years. We came up against this as we were trying to figure out how to respond to the, not having enough lots to sell people. We've solved that for several years, but several years of predicted sales. But it would really make sense if we're not going to get any more land since, the 1920s, then it would really behoove us to figure out how to use the land intelligently and sparingly. And this gets us into study of alternative burial practices. You'll see there's some notes about green burial, and in addition to going beyond cremation lots, there are ways to still make it a serious and important communal space, but to also make it last longer. And some professional planning would help us.
great. Okay, thank you. And this
Thank you.
Is the first report from a board or commission that the select board has heard, and you set a great precedent.
Now you tell me. Thank you.
Okay. You set a great precedent in terms of sort of telling us something about what you do, but also about the cemetery. Things I didn't know. There's such a large expanse of green or open space. The availability of burial sites for town employees and residents. Connection to the tree canopy master plan that we're working on. So, I mean, that's very, very useful for us to know about. your committee, but also other boards and commissions in town. So
Good.
Tiffany,
Glad to hear it.
make a note of that. We're going to judge other presentations against yours. So, thank
All
you.
right. Thanks for your time.
Bernard, I do think it would be helpful to have kind of a standard outline the way we did for the department heads in the budget review. Points they should cover,
Yeah.
get some
Okay.
consistency.
Yeah.
Tell them to do like Randall.
Yeah. And take the transcript and send it around.
Yeah.
Okay, let me write that down. Okay, next, we're going to have a discussion of extreme heat, or as I like to call it, the long, hot summer that we're about to enter into. Is that Chief Sullivan?
Believe.
I don't see Chief Sullivan on the line, but we do have Segal. Chief Sullivan, if you're on, could you raise your hand? I'm not sure if your name's something else. And then Segal, could you start about, you're the individual who calls a heat emergency. So could you talk a little bit about what happened during the week of Juneteenth and how we prepare?
There's Chief Sullivan.
There's Chief
There's
Sullivan.
Chief.
And I've also just made Chief Sullivan a co-host, so you should be able to unmute now.
Great, I can talk about my role, but Chief, do you actually want to start with the big picture of the policy?
Sure. Thank you, everybody. You should have received a copy of the extreme heat policy. So it's a fairly lengthy document, 5 or 6 pages. So I guess I would just, put it out there. If anybody has any questions about the policy, there's certain assumptions in there. There's the scope, to declare, in essence, to declare a heat emergency. We follow the National Weather Service, and we get a lot of input from the regional emergency management teams, specifically Boston, Cambridge, and kind of try to mirror what they're doing. And it's not always apples to apples, but in general, if we have a predicted at least 3 days of 90-degree plus weather, we start to gather the team. Segal and her team, as well as the emergency management team, will get together and decide whether it's an appropriate use of the emergency declaration. And if it is, then we reach out to our partners at the Public Safety Building, as well as the libraries and the Senior Center, and establish our contacts at the cooling centers. So once that happens, we also look to put together our resources for volunteers through our CERT and our SRT team, not the SRT team, forgive me, what is it, Segal? It's the MRC. Emergency Management has too many acronyms. MRC team, and if necessary, we staff those cooling centers. So the policy is in front of you, and I'm happy to answer any questions, but I'll let the director kind of establish how she goes about her process of actually declaring, because that's her purview to do that.
Sure. Thanks, Chief. Yeah, I just want to say the policy, really forming it and executing it, is a great partnership between emergency management and the health department. Really want to thank Cheryl Snyder and Sarah Schaefer, who worked a lot to really nail down the details of what the definition of a heat advisory and heat emergency are, which is what triggers the whole policy. So we really work to get those really narrowed down as much as possible. And then also realizing that, because of community characteristics, we do have that sort of regional approach, but also different communities might have different declarations depending on their heat island effect. So having that local view on it is also very important. And again, Cheryl Snyder is great at sending out the weather reports. This time it was an easy call. Looking at the definition and looking at the forecast, it was clearly going to exceed the heat emergency guidelines that we put in the policy. Sometimes it's not an easiest call. The forecast is more on the line, and you really have to weigh your options if we want to trigger all these actions, because as you can see in the policy, there are a lot of things that have to happen, particularly in the emergency. Advisory is more letting people know it's hot, be cautious, here's some things you can do. But when we go to that higher level of a heat emergency, it triggers a lot of actions for a lot of departments. But it's, I think, a great example of the team really working together. Because we also with Christina Metcalf on board, it was really great to have cohesive communication around all social media that she produced for us. Just was able to spit that out real quick. So again, great collaboration across many departments to execute the policy.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? John?
I just want to go back to Juneteenth and just by way of maybe helping people to appreciate how tricky this can be, but also to get a comment or reaction from Segal and or the chief. There was the declaration of a heat emergency, and it contained within it the advice that unless it's absolutely necessary to leave your house, if you're cool at home, stay home, blah, blah, blah. And I get that. Everybody gets that. But at the same time, we were having a Juneteenth celebration, which we wanted very much to succeed. So how do you, square that circle of making sure people are advised of the seriousness of the emergency and warned, but on the other hand, go forward with an event and allow for people to have a good time and to observe Juneteenth? How did you handle that?
Yeah, I think there were a number of events, Chief. If you want
Either way, Segal, I would just add in quickly that Cheryl and our crew in emergency management did reach out to at least the larger event that was going to be taking place at the Ruff and Ridley area to coordinate that the information had gotten out to them so that it could get out to the participants. This particular heat event, I should say, not the Juneteenth event, was a little bit more challenging because our normal cooling centers were closed, and we had to kind of pivot very quickly and ask the school department to be partners that in utilizing the school, which was in this case contiguous to the event, which actually worked out well for both situations. We were a little overwhelmed at the cooling center, and there was some issues at the building itself because our signage was not good, and we didn't have the number of volunteers we probably could have had, not anticipating as many people that were going to be at that event. But it's a work in progress. We were able to pivot because our libraries weren't open because of the holiday. Our senior center wasn't open because of the holiday. So we just took a different tact and reached out to our partners at public schools, and they were very accommodating. So that was how we dealt with that.
If you don't mind.
Yeah, I would just add, excuse me.
Well, no, go ahead, Segal, please.
Yeah, I would just add, I think our goal with putting the advisory and really any health advisory is to make sure, particularly those at high risk, have the information they need to make the decisions that's best for them. So I think another example was the Summer Eats Kickoff program, which is, kicking off the food program, the summer food program for kids. Also a very important event, wanted to make sure they could do it safely. So it's that information you have to make better choices to do the events in a safe way. And if you're at higher risk, take those additional precautions. And that's the point of a lot of these advisories.
And my follow-up question was, I'm really grateful that the event was not canceled and that it went ahead as scheduled. And I just want to make that absolutely clear. I enjoyed it. Many people enjoyed it. Is there a protocol for canceling an event? How do you, make that decision? Is there a protocol for making that very difficult decision that the emergency is so dire as to require canceling an event that is actually a town event?
For public health reasons, I think that would be a sort of group decision if it was such an emergent event. I mean, obviously we saw that during the pandemic when we canceled many, many things. So I think when things rise to that level, obviously we would activate the EOC. There would be a group decision made, depending on what the emergency was and who was the lead agency. So I think it's very circumstantial on what the risks are at the moment.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Well,
Thank you. I do have a question following on what John was raising. So you mentioned that a number of facilities weren't open because it was a holiday. So libraries were closed. You mentioned a couple of other buildings. So what did we do?
So we always have the public safety building,
Yep.
and then we asked the school department to open up two other locations that normally would not be part of our plan. And so we don't offer 24-hour cooling centers. It's just through the heat of the day, and that's that is where the limit is of our capabilities. So. In this particular case, the school department was gracious enough, specifically at the Ridley School, because it was contiguous to the event that we knew was going to have a lot of people and would, most likely have a higher need. So,
But outside of the event, what that was opened, and
how
how do we communicate that to residents?
Those went out in the advisories that Christina put out. I'd have to go back and look at that. I don't have off the top of my head which one the other one was.
We issued a press release, and then it also went out on social media. All the cooling centers we had open. I do want to add, Chief Sullivan, correct me if I'm wrong, but we also had some water play areas open in parks on Juneteenth.
Yes.
And then I think the pool was also open. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah. The pool is another one of our cooling centers. And so we partner with Parks and Recreations. We give people options. They're not necessarily all indoor options, like the water park facilities. It's just where can you go to get some relief?
Right. Yeah. And then the second point. So it would be helpful to have, I guess, with the schools opening, but people are typically used to the libraries. They're more broadly distributed to go as a cooling center or the senior center. Perhaps we should investigate a protocol to be able to have those facilities opened up for an extreme event like this.
So we had that discussion internally,
Okay.
when these things happen, when they fall on a holiday and things aren't traditionally open, we have that discussion to figure out what are we going to open? Where's the need most acute? For example, we had a conversation with Ruth Ann Dobek, who runs the senior center, where we said, should we be, we're going to have Ridley open in this case. Should we have the senior center open too? We could do that. And the decision we ultimately made was, we're going to have someone making sure that this phone is staffed at the senior center and there's posted materials available so folks know that it will not be open. But we did not anticipate, based on past practice, people showing up unaware that it would not be open on a holiday, and it would be better for us to conserve the resources and put them to Ridley. So that's what we were able to make a context sensitive decision on what to open.
And I'm thinking about South Brookline. It's a long way away, right? So I was wondering about coverage there. And then the second point is the outdoor facilities, which I do think are important. But I have young children, so I'm very familiar with the splash pads. Not a completely appropriate place for an adult to cool off. They're just So, I guess this is a suggestion to investigate kind of these misting stations that are becoming popular. I've seen them in parks. I think, maybe some municipalities are actually starting to incorporate them into their streetscapes as a cooling area. And I think as we see this extreme heat continuing and unabating, we're going to have more of these incidents, and having outdoor misting stations, an infrastructure type solution where you can be outside. You don't have to necessarily go into air conditioning, but those misting stations really are tremendously beneficial if it's hot out, and they don't use a lot of water, and they're good for adults, and they're fun.
So to follow up on that, Paul, Cheryl Snyder is actually investigating the different vendors for those, and in contact with our partners in Boston about who they use and what kind of infrastructure is necessary in order to put those into play. You probably can't use hydrant water because it's not a clean source. You would have to have some sort of a private source, if you will, or an independent source of water. So there's a little to it, but we are certainly investigating those.
Yeah, there could be, Chief, and I agree that, there could be temporary ones that maybe you can roll out. But I think as we continue our work for climate resiliency and dealing with extreme heat, we can start building this into our planning for our parks. We're building splash pads. It's not much of a stretch to add a few misting stations that adults would be able to benefit from.
We'll bring that up at our next emergency management team meeting.
Thank you.
You know, the other thing I'd like to, for you to bring up the next meeting is, we had a heat emergency during a holiday, and that gave us an opportunity of seeing where there are gaps in our resources with respect to dealing with heat emergencies. And I can think of, misting stations that Paul mentioned, maybe a gap, such a gap. I'm surprised that you said that hydrants are not a good way of cooling people off because the water is not clean. In Boston, they use hydrants, they open hydrants for this purpose. So I'm wondering, what is the real problem? What is the problem there? Because I remember when I was a kid, opening hydrants, whether legally or illegally, was really a great way to cool off in the summer. But anyway, let me just add that in addition, what this heat event may have illustrated or highlighted is the fact that maybe we have to look at our housing authority residents and, the type of situations they're faced with, during this, during a heat emergency. I noticed that in your report as sort of illustrating some of the problems there. And also, during the March, during Juneteenth, it would have been good, I think. I mean, it worked out very well. And I, give kudos to the fire departments for really making that successful. But, it would have been really great if we had more access to water, either a water truck like we did have at the Ridley School, or bottled water. And that raises the question, should we buy another water truck? That water truck was purchased as a result of a committee that I chaired a few years ago to look at what type of resources the town should generate, given that we were banning the use of plastic water bottles. And maybe it's time now for another water truck.
I mean, I take all of that under advisement, Mr. Chair. It's, the emergency management function is responsible for, the emergency side of it. I think some of the things that you're recommending are kind of infrastructure to the town as opposed to emergency management. But certainly in our emergency management team, we're made up of all the departments that are responsible for those infrastructure pieces, like, the upkeep of the hydrants and flushing hydrants and making sure that the source is clean, as well as a second, potentially a second water truck. The misting stations, again, emergency management is kind of a two-person show. We wouldn't be able to do that alone. We would have to rely on our partners at DPW to be part of that process as well. I think as far as bottled water goes, I look at that as something that the event planning folks would have to utilize and put into their planning, as opposed to something as a function of emergency management.
Yeah. My point was not to say that that your group ought to do this, but just to raise the issue, and hopefully people are listening and thinking about what we should begin thinking about doing.
Sure.
So, Mike?
My instantaneous response to the bottled water was, wait a minute.
I just threw that out.
Yeah, right. I'm sure. I appreciate that. But we don't want to go that direction. I will say that I was the beneficiary of a misting station on a 105-degree day in Phoenix about a year ago, and it really does work very well.
Yeah, I got to add, they had one at the Summer Eats events, and I'm wondering if it was DPW. So there might be one out there that we already have, but we can figure that out and let you know.
And I will add one thing that I do think that we're starting to see the intersection where emergency management for events that used to be infrequent are now becoming part of normal life, and how that's going to integrate into public policy, planning for infrastructure, investment in water trucks, and how we do event planning. I think it is really we need to start dealing with something that's no longer an anomaly. It's part of, it's
Yeah.
happening much more frequently. And I think we shouldn't be incorporated into our planning.
And I think this is where having the emergency management function has really benefited us, because we do have not just the response, then we have the follow on.
Right.
You know, Cheryl and the chief do great work in making sure that we reconvene after every emergency event, talk through lessons learned, and then transfer ownership and responsibility to the various departments, saying, okay, lesson learned, in the future, we need more infrastructure to do this. The department responsible is this department. We'll follow up and we'll see how we're doing. So we are. And I would also add that a part of sustainability is climate resiliency. And this is an area where, as we build out the master plan in that area, there's going to be a responsibility there for how climate mitigation and adaptation plays into day-to-day life in Brookline.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Sigal Reese, and appreciate the work you've done and the information you brought.
Thank you.
Okay, next. Next item on the agenda is ground floor commercial incentive standards. Is that correct? Okay. I have two different agendas here.
Okay.
Trying to figure out which one is official.
Good evening. I'm Maria Morelli, Senior Planner in the Regulatory Division, and I'm joined remotely by Ken Lewis, who's a member of the working group that the Economic Development Advisory Board appointed. About 2 weeks ago, we came before you to discuss the ground floor commercial incentive program and the accompanying standards and guidelines. So you will recall that at last town meeting, or at fall 2023 town meeting, town meeting did vote to adopt a provision to the affordable housing bylaw that allowed applicants to provide the affordable units at a higher income level in exchange for baseline tenant improvements in the ground floor commercial space. So that's an investment in the infrastructure that is not always a given. Per that bylaw, the select board is required to adopt the accompanying standards and guidelines. And these standards and guidelines would be enforced as if they were in the bylaw. So EDAB has authorized the working group and staff to make any edits that you require to the bylaw. So I can pull that up if you'd like. Or do you want me to do that, or do you?
Do you want her to pull it up?
Yeah, you mean the memo that you sent?
It's actually the draft
guidelines.
standards and guidelines.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pull that up.
Yeah, I could do. Actually, the one.
Pardon me?
Did the board have any recommended changes as a result of that conversation?
As I recall, we did mainly just to try to understand the concept.
All right. I'm not sure if there are any places. I will point out on page 4, which I will scroll to. There is a place that we've left for you for the letter of credit. Let's see.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Yeah, I'm just going to get to that place. I'm sorry. That's on page 4. There's a letter of credit that's part of the building permit application that the applicant would need to provide. And we've stated that the town would accept a satisfactory letter of credit. We're recommending that the planning director with the building commissioner accept that letter of credit. We just wanted to leave that space in case you wanted another department head. That's just something we left for you to decide on. If you feel okay with that, we would recommend the planning director with the building commissioner.
Yeah, Paul.
And Maria, if I remember, this letter of credit would be held until such time that either the space was, I forget the term you used, gray boxed or something.
The white box.
White
It's a
box.
warm lit
I was
box.
close.
Yes. Very, sort of close.
Or the actual tenant built out this space and I think they were given a credit or something, correct?
That's right. So there are two options. The developer can give that tenant an allowance. And so we would need to have an affidavit along with that letter
And
of
so
credit.
who would do the check, the planning director or the building commissioner or
Yep.
both?
So
would sign
that
off
would be the planning director would be, and also with the housing advisory board, which is required to approve the ground floor commercial or the affordable housing plan. So the ground floor commercial incentive is a component of the
But
housing.
who would actually do the
plan.
work of saying, okay, it's now been completed?
That's the planning department.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that would an affidavit be? How is that?
We have several
envisioned?
things. So there would have to be an affidavit that, so let's just say the more complicated one where you're giving the allowance. We would need to see an affidavit from both the tenant, the lessee,
Mhm.
and also the landlord that this allowance in the amount was given. Also, the general contractor would have to provide an updated estimate of the costs for that build out to make sure in that particular time that the costs would be in a certain amount for the build out
Okay.
as well.
Yeah, I have a question, and maybe this is really directed to Ken Lewis, who I believe is on our Zoom.
Yes.
Anyway, the question is, letters of credit. Who issues them? I mean, what standards do we have for determining who's an appropriate issuer of the letter of credit?
There would have to be, a qualified institution that would need to provide that.
We defined what qualified
Yeah,
institution.
and maybe that's a better question for Ken, who's, I'm
Oh.
I'm not the
Yeah, no, it's
developer,
fine.
but
I know, yeah.
our town council also has, standards
Wait,
for these things. We do use them.
It's
Mike.
a bank is a chartered bank is a normal,
Is
is a
that
typical.
in the guidelines, though? That's the question.
It would be very sensible to put that
Okay.
in, I think. That's a good point. Yeah. And there are other institutions that will issue letters of credit, but that's the most common and by far.
And I understand that, but
Yeah. By far.
not all issuers are equal.
No kidding. Yes, I have a certain amount of experience with letters of credit.
Does Ken want to add anything to that?
No, I think Mike's correct. The typical issuer would be a bank, licensed bank, chartered by the state of Massachusetts. But the idea of including language in the guidelines could make some sense. Typically, I think Sandy noted in the prior meeting that letter of credit costs between 1 to 1.5% of the amount. So we thought it was the most practical mechanism to ensure compliance. It's also something that's used a lot for developers that have infrastructure requirements or other things in other projects that are part of their permitting process to ensure that they're completed as part of a project. So it's something that's used pretty commonly in the development world.
Paul.
This is for Ken. Ken, I know it's very difficult to predict this based on market conditions, interest rates, et cetera. How often do you envision this policy being reviewed to see if it needs to be revised?
Yeah, I think that's the larger issue of development feasibility is certainly something that we're talking about, and we just spoke extensively about last night when discussing the potential zoning for the Chestnut Hill commercial area. Given construction costs and interest rates, it doesn't look like anything's going to be viable in the near term. I do think that our analysis did show that this is a pretty favorable option for certain scenarios in comparison to the other two on-site options for the provision of affordable housing. So I would hope that when the market returns to support mid-rise multifamily with ground floor commercial, that will get a chance to test drive this policy, in the relatively near future. But that's a larger issue of capital markets at this point.
So can I guess, maybe I'm suggesting to put, a review date in here, but 3 years, that this would have to be revisited just to force it. You may do it beforehand. You may find after 3 years, nothing's changed and you continue. But is an expiration date, I guess.
Perhaps I could
Would that be
just
helpful?
step in.
And
Mr.
you mean a
Warren,
sunset or?
Oh, Maria, maybe this is a sunset. Maybe
sorry,
This is good for Maria.
I just wanted to say that this is something that doesn't have to go to town meeting.
Yeah, I agree.
This particular document. So, we can certainly give you an update at any time you request.
Yeah, instead of having to be an ask,
Mhm.
I'm just saying, could we build it in that if it hasn't been reviewed, it would be reviewed after 3 years?
Sure, that's an excellent suggestion.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Any other comments from the select board? This is not a public hearing, but I understand that there is someone in the audience who would like to have a few words. Linda Palkow, I'll give you 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair Bernard. My name is Linda Olson-Pelkey. I'm town meeting member, precinct 17, and on the advisory committee. And one thing I'd like to ask the board to consider about all of this is I learned just recently that this actually applies townwide. And I know when this first came up, we all thought of it in terms of Harvard Street. And Harvard Street has the unique feature of we changed the setback, the required space for the commercial to be 30 feet deep rather than 15 feet deep, where it is everywhere else in town. And most of us also considered this a good idea for Harvard Street because we had the mandate that the affordable housing be provided on site. But this is changing the affordability of affordable housing in town. And my personal preference in all of this would be that it is confined to Harvard Street, especially in the beginning as we explore and understand and see how this is working, rather than allowing this benefit of raising the affordability limit everywhere in town, and also allowing it in areas where the requirement for the commercial space is actually much less. So they would be getting this benefit in an area where you're not getting as much commercial bang for the buck. So that's just something I've noticed about the program. I think it's creative and innovative. Makes me a little nervous being outside of the zoning bylaw and not going to town meeting. But, if we're going to maybe start this, maybe not go full bore to having it applicable everywhere in town where ground floor commercial would be allowed or required. Thank you for taking me out of turn.
Paul?
Yes, so actually, Linda, thank you for raising that. I guess that's news to me that this is townwide. Maybe I missed that
Well,
during the
It's townwide in areas that have commercial zoning or allow commercial zoning.
Okay,
So it's not on your street.
well, I'm not worried about my street. What I'm concerned about is this specific ground floor commercial incentive was part of the MBTA Communities Act for Harvard Street. That's where it was. I just want to get the words out. It's where it was presented. It's where it was defined. It's where it was discussed, and it's where it was voted on. And when 2 weeks ago, when the presentation was made, it was in the context of, you remember that MBTA Communities Act thing we passed, consensus plan. We now need to do the refinement on the policy portion of the ground floor commercial incentive. So I actually kind of agree with Linda that this should be restricted to Harvard Street. I didn't think it was beyond Harvard Street.
I'm sorry, Mike.
Yeah. So listening to that, I agree with you. I agree with Linda. I think as a practical matter, I would say that it's very unlikely that somebody's going to build commercial space in order to get an incentive in a place where they can't rent the commercial space. So I wouldn't worry about it being used sort of inappropriately by a developer. But just the same, the impression that I think we all had was that this was an adjunct to the work we did on the MBTA Communities Act on Harvard Street in particular.
So I'm sorry, I need to jump in.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
The Housing Advisory Board looked at this. You have the authority to do it. And the theory behind it is, I think, to the point that Bernard raised, which is this is only in areas that allow for commercial on the ground floor. And the reason why it's being recommended in a more broader scope, which would have, again, think of where else beyond Harvard Street this is possible, is that, missing middle problem. The idea that if you want to have an additional price point for people coming in areas that have commercial available on the ground floor, this is a good way to do it. It allows for the development of restricted income units at, at a higher AMI outside of just Harvard Street, but it is limited, to Mike's point and to Bernard's point, only to areas where commercial development is already allowed. So it wouldn't be creating new commercial development in places where it wasn't allowed. It would just be limited to the existing zoning.
Right, but there's an intersection between the consensus plan, the Harvard Street MBTA Communities Act that we approved, the requirement that developers build those 15% on site, they couldn't buy them out. All of this plays together in the incentive, in the requirement that that affordable housing be built on site, that developers can't write a check to the Housing Trust Fund in order to make market rate. All of these things play together. If we want to apply the ground floor commercial incentive townwide, then we should be eliminating the option for developer to buy out, and write a check to the Housing Trust Fund to buy out the affordable units. If someone wants to have that conversation, I'd be happy to have that.
Mr. Warren, if I could just clarify. So the bylaw actually states that if you're using this ground floor commercial incentive, the affordable units have to be on site. If you're using this provision, they have to be on site. The other thing I just want to state that there's already a provision in the affordable housing bylaw that the developer can opt for an 80% AMI. So this concept of the 70% AMI is borrowed from a provision that's already in the bylaw that is available townwide. And the third thing I want to say is that, Ken and Sandy's pro forma analysis shows that this is going to be an option, just a tool in the toolbox that could be appealing if there's already strong retail. There are not all of our commercial corridors where commercial is allowed or mandated, mostly mandated, is retail really strong. And the last thing I want to say is that no one is going to be using this provision if they can't build a multi-story building.
So, and I appreciate that. Is it okay if I?
Sure.
I appreciate that, Maria, your thoughtful response. But on Harvard Street, we're requiring first floor commercial, right? And we're requiring 15% affordable. It is all mixed use development, right?
15% affordable is the inclusionary bylaw townwide.
But it's
At
but it's
15%,
it's required on Harvard Street. The developer cannot write a check to the Housing Trust Fund to convert those affordable units into market rate units, right? They can buy them out. So again,
what's unique about Harvard Street is that it's the 4 units or more have to be on site. Four units or more have to be on site. So the ground floor commercial incentive states that those commercial units would have to be on site. So it reinforces that on Harvard Street and also would reinforce that on any other commercial corridor if you had 4 units or more.
I guess so. I guess what my thinking and my position, I believe at this point is that if we're going to offer the ground floor commercial incentive and make it townwide, then it should be, we should have the same parameters that we have on Harvard Street. The 15% of the units have to be built on site. You don't have an option. They have to be affordable and you can't buy them out. If those parameters would be townwide, I'd be open to that.
But that's what I'm trying to
do.
What's that?
Anywhere they build requires 15% on site.
If they use this, right, if they use this incentive, they must build on site.
Right.
But I understand what you're saying is that there is an option outside of that outside of the Harvard Street overlay.
Yeah.
In other commercial districts, you are correct. There is the option to do that, but then they would not have access to this incentive. So
Right.
that's the trade-off, is that what we're saying is we're trying to incentivize behavior that we want to see from developers, which is more affordable housing.
Yes.
This is one tool in the toolbox to do that.
I'd like to see if it works on Harvard Street. Yes.
Well, so, but let's just think about this a second, because in effect, you made the comment, Paul, and I completely agree with you, that I'd love to see the ability of a developer building more than 4 units to pay to get out of, building those units. I'd love to see that discontinued. Is this in effect doing that?
No, not anywhere else. Harvard Street, if we were to do that, we'd need to go back to town meeting.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's a bylaw issue.
Right. But that's okay. That is something where, but one way that you can measure the effectiveness of that would be to look at the uptake on this. We don't know what the uptake on this proposal is going to be, where it is discretionary as opposed to mandatory.
So let me say this. This is news to me. What Linda raised is news. It seems like news to a few of us. So I'm not personally ready to vote on this. I need to really understand this intersection between ground floor commercial requiring on-site affordability without the buying it out, and then the developer's ability to then raise those. That's what we did on Harvard Street to make it more attractive. We didn't, and I think we got away from the word incentive. We called it.
No, I really have to clarify. So first of all, the bylaw the town meeting adopted this change to the bylaw townwide, but I think you might be confusing the inclusionary zoning bylaw with the 4 units. What the ground floor commercial incentive does is, no matter how many units your project has, if you're using that provision, those units have to be on site. So it's actually expanding this concept that you want to have, where 4 units or more, the affordable units have to be on site and there's no buyout. The ground floor commercial incentive doesn't allow for a buyout.
So let me ask this: why, if you're not required to have if you're not forced to have the affordable units on site, why does the developer want to?
You're confusing 2 policies. We're just talking about one provision under the inclusionary zoning bylaw. You're concerned about the inclusionary zoning bylaw allowing a buyout. You cannot combine the buyout with the ground floor commercial provision.
Yes, I understand that, Maria. So I guess, look, I don't want to debate with Maria at the podium. This is news to me. I'm just saying to my colleagues, this is news to me. I thought what was being presented to us was only for Harvard Street. And now it's being suggested that it's townwide. It's just news to me. I need to think about it.
Can I ask, Maria, what, from your perspective, what are the implications of saying, well, let's limit this to Harvard Street and see how it goes?
So folks, this was your bylaw. When you submitted that warrant article, that was your warrant article.
Right.
We, staff, had limited this provision to Harvard Street.
Right.
Select board liked it, people liked it, and wanted to do it townwide. And it's not something that's required. It's available wherever ground floor commercial is allowed. So you can't do this in residential districts.
I understand that point.
So that provision, because it's available townwide and it is in section 4.08 of the zoning bylaw, you would have to go back to town meeting. Now, just keep in mind what Ms.
Well, I have to go back to town meeting for what?
To change the provisions availability wherever ground floor commercial is allowed or mandated.
So what you're saying is that this is an implementation of the bylaw that's
only a companion piece. This is all this the standards and guidelines are simply terms for compliance and procedures.
Right.
It's not the law. The law is what you presented in your warrant article, and that's what town meeting voted on.
But I understand that this is but the term implementation is perhaps not, I think that is actually the right term. We're putting in place rules that will enable the bylaw to work.
Right. That aspect of the bylaw is not in the standards and guidelines. That is something that you would have to go back to town meeting And you can do that in the future, but we still need standards and guidelines because people are going to be building properties.
Nobody's quarreling with the thought of doing this in the Harvard Street corridor. What we're concerned about is whether we've thought all the way through about the implications of doing it townwide.
Sure. And you can submit a warrant article dialing that provision back, but in the meantime, we need standards and guidelines.
And could you tell us, there's a deadline
question.
for us?
Yeah.
There's a deadline for us to adopt these standards, right? Is it July 1st?
We're recommending that this be reviewed and approved because it is a requirement of the bylaw, section 408, that the select board review and approve this companion document that is simply compliance and
Is there a
procedures.
deadline for that?
We are at, because the bylaw, so Harvard Street is the one area that has functional zoning. I'll tell you right now, because I'm doing multifamily studies, multifamily zoning in Brookline, where you have ground floor commercial, is not functional. Beacon Street does not have functional zoning. So there's no real risk to having this be available townwide because there isn't functional zoning townwide. Harvard Street does have functional zoning. We have our first application at 264 Washington Street, has been submitted to the town under the new Harvard Street zoning. That's why I'm recommending that Monday you do have, a review and approved companion document, because this bylaw has been in effect on Harvard Street.
No, John, he has his hand raised. But
Well-
let me ask one question.
Yeah.
The bylaw, tell the audience when the bylaw was adopted by town meeting.
Yes.
you talked
So
about.
section 4.08 was one of the components of the warrant article that was submitted at fall 2023 that include not just the MBTA communities, the paper compliance plan, the Harvard Street plan, but also changes to other aspects of the zoning bylaw. And some of those changes are implemented townwide. That was fall 2023. And then the Attorney General, maybe about 6 months later, did review and approve. So it's effective at the date the town meeting approved it in November 2023.
John?
Well, my question was, is there urgency or can we take another couple of weeks for people to get these questions that they have resolved? And
Yeah.
I think she said, no, we don't really.
That was an arbitrary, we're just letting you know that July 1st was something that we're recommending because.
So it's not a hard.
No, it is not. No.
Oh, okay. So then we do have.
You have some time.
We have some
I think the one area where I would just, and I think which feeds into what's about to happen in the subsequent two areas, we have a 40B application on Harvard Street that
Right.
we're about to have a discussion on. One of our strongest arguments against voting for that 40B that we're going to make to mass housing is that we have functional zoning on Harvard Street that has this component in it. So if we don't have the guidelines up and running, there's a risk there that we may run into this problem. And because of the way the bylaw is structured, it's my understanding that we do need to have these standards townwide. But what we can do potentially is, for example, this is something that, for example, as Maria said, you can fix very easily at the November town meeting. I don't think, I'm trying to think of a way to satisfy your concerns.
I have a solution.
I want to hear the solution.
You love my solutions.
No, but I want to, the chair has to recognize you.
David had his hand up. I don't, and he
I
hasn't said anything yet.
Just have a question in terms of, for clarity purposes. So 2023, a bylaw was passed that said that this ground floor provision would be townwide. So do we really have a choice then? If that's the bylaw, other than going back to town meeting, of course, if that's the bylaw, that's the bylaw.
Yeah, that was a question.
Correct.
Yeah. Paul?
So first, I'm the individual who spent an exorbitant amount of time on the MBTA Communities Act consensus plan. I crafted it, I negotiated, I presented it at town meeting. 255 town meeting members, plus everybody else, us that was there. We understood, I can assure you that town meeting understood that the ground floor commercial incentive was a companion directly related to Harvard Street. It was never presented or discussed as a townwide provision. I can assure you of that because I would have understood it. I would have said it. It was nowhere in my prepared remarks. It was nowhere in anybody else's prepared remarks. So the ground floor commercial incentive was pitched, proposed, discussed, and debated as a companion restricted to Harvard Street. So that's, I'm going to stand by that because I did it.
Well, I mean, it may have been thought in your mind as,
No,
but what did the language of the bylaw is what we're really stuck with.
Well,
Is that correct?
Well, but I want to, he's.
what I'm saying to you, Bernard, is the intent and the understanding of town meeting was that the ground floor commercial incentive was restricted to the Harvard Street corridor.
So what's your solution?
So my solution is this is a policy that we can write and we can make it anything that we want. We can make, I'll vote for this tonight, effective today, but it's restricted to the Harvard Street corridor associated with the MBTA Communities Act. And then later we can revisit if this is appropriate for townwide. I'd be happy to have that discussion, but if we want to get ahead of the 40B proposal that's at 429 Harvard Street, and part of our case to mass housing is to say, look, we have by right zoning in place that allows for ground floor commercial incentives. It deals with affordable housing and at middle income levels. It reduces parking requirements. It changes setbacks. I'm prepared to do that, but I think it should be restricted in this policy to the Harvard Street corridor associated with the MBTA Communities Act.
Maria had some.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. If you didn't have, that could be a liability for the town. I don't think that you can have a companion document that goes against what's in the bylaw, because think about someone on Beacon Street.
Why don't we ask,
And-
we should ask town council that question.
Wait, let her finish.
Okay.
You might have something on Beacon Street where someone uses this and builds, say, a 4-story building with the functional zoning. And if these standards and guidelines don't apply to them, then we don't have procedures for them. So I think that the town could be at a disadvantage. But I don't think that you can, town council can correct me if I'm wrong. But I don't think you really can go against the will of town meeting and not make this available townwide.
Well, let me, I think what we can, I mean, it's clear, I'm trying to think through how to resolve.
You do understand that.
I understand where you're coming from. I
The
understand where you're
conflict
coming
here is
from. I
that
understand where you're
that
coming from.
town meeting completely understood this to be restricted to Harvard Street.
And I think when you see the conversation that was had at the HAB, I think there were definitely, I take your point, and I'm not disagreeing with you because you clearly feel this and you're standing by it, and you were the architect of a lot of this work. So clearly there's been I wouldn't say a miscommunication, but maybe there's just, there are two different understandings of what's at issue here. And so with that said, so we've got what the bylaw says. I think Maria is right that we've got to figure out a way to move on this. Town council isn't going to be able to rewrite this policy overnight, but we need to move, I would say, with some expedience so that when a submission is made to mass housing in 2 weeks' time, we can confidently say that this is up and running. Might I suggest then that what we do on this is that we take this back and come back to you in 2 weeks' time with a discussion of this, further discussion on the potential impact beyond Harvard Street corridor so you could be satisfied. We will also then take that time to develop potential alternatives so that we could, if it's legal for us to limit it to the Harvard Street corridor, then we can do that.
That's what
If it's not, then what we can do is we can, remember, not a lot happens in a short amount of time between you adopting these rules and fall town meeting. You can then bring this back very quickly to fall town meeting and cabinet to the extent that you need to, and you can still have that argument to mass housing that you have a functional system in place. So that's if at the end of the day, in coming back in 2 weeks, you think, I don't think we should do this townwide yet, we can at minimum be ready to implement this in some other fashion.
Or tell us we can't.
Or tell us, or well, that's the thing, or tell us we can't, but at least you can have it time limited because then you have town meeting in the fall And by me, who knows, by that time, you may have acquired additional comfort with it. But I think we can have additional information for you from the HAB, from the team that developed this policy in 2 weeks' time. And if you're satisfied with that, we move forward with that. If you want it restricted to Harvard Street, we will make sure we'll proceed along parallel tracks and we'll figure out how to make that happen.
Yeah, I think to add to the to-do list, I think it's important that town council look at this provision, the policy that's separate from the bylaw, right? As Maria said, we can change this whenever we want.
Right.
Because it's not part of the bylaw.
Right.
We don't have to go before town meeting. I'd like to get town council's opinion on whether we can restrict this policy to Harvard Street alone without violating the bylaw.
Right. I will, town council is not here and I'm not town council, so I don't want to give a legal opinion, but just in my layman's reading of it, I don't think you could do that forever. I think the only way you might be able to do that on a temporary basis is to say the effective date for this on Harvard Street is X, the effective date for the rest of the commercial districts is Y. And in between you have town meeting to effectively
Revisit it. And maybe town meeting will say, we're fine with the townwide.
right. So that would be the way I think you might be able to solve that problem.
Okay.
But that's what I want to hear of town council's advice on.
David?
I'd just like to understand a little better what the concern is about town-wide versus Harvard Street only. So if exercising that incentive essentially says that you need to have your affordable units on site, is really the only difference that with Harvard Street, you're required for anything more than 4 units to have it on site. And so theoretically, there might be an extra incentive for developers to develop outside of Harvard Street. I'm just wondering, what is the practical?
So David, what I'm saying to you is it was news to me presented for the first time this evening that the ground floor commercial incentive, which is directly tied on Harvard Street to requiring on-site affordability, they go hand in hand, right? That was not apparently planning's proposal to town meeting.
No.
Right?
No.
Instead, it was supposed to be town-wide, the ground floor commercial incentive. So I'm saying.
Okay, so Maria is
Yeah.
questioning that statement.
What statement?
Why don't you continue?
My point is this, if town meeting, and I believe everybody around this table probably assumed that the ground floor commercial incentive was discussed and confined to the Harvard Street corridor. You were there. Were you voting for a town-wide proposal?
I understand what you're saying about intentions
Yep.
and perceptions.
Yep.
My question though is more about the practical.
I don't know yet.
elements of it.
I think we need time to think about it and understand what the implications are.
But on the surface, if there could be just an answer to that question. So is it anything beyond what I was just alluding to that maybe it would be more attractive to a developer to develop outside of Harvard Street where there's not that requirement about the on-site?
So I think
Or
there's
4 units
still
or
a
greater.
misunderstanding. If you're using this this provision, you have to have the affordable units on site.
So yeah,
It's actually more restrictive than our inclusionary zoning, which allows a cash payment.
just briefly, I think the answer to your question is yes, that's it. This is another tool in the toolbox for developers. So there would be the ability to utilize this in other commercial districts where there is also the option, but because these things are interlinked, right? The commercial incentive means that you must build on site. So you don't get to take advantage of the commercial incentive if you are not building affordable units on site. So the change would be there would be another option for a different level of affordability for developers when developing in a commercial district. That's the difference. And so we can definitely come back and talk about what the practical impact of that would be. But the view is, and the reason why the HAB and the team that developed this is encouraging you to go forward with it, is that the drawbacks in their mind, if any, are, nil, but that someone builds something that you've said you want incentivized to build. The benefits are someone builds something that you've said you want to be incentivized to build, housing at different price points. So if that incentivizes that, then the recommendation from the team is that you move forward with it. However, the perception is an important thing. People have to feel comfortable with it and confident about it. And so we're more than happy to take the time to present and build that out and make sure that whatever decision the select board makes about how to implement this is the decision that we do.
Okay, so the idea is that we would take this up at our next meeting.
When you would also be, not coincidentally, voting on transmitting the letter to Mass Housing.
All right, so I was about to make a motion that we table this until the next
Okay.
meeting, what we can do
And
exactly
at
that.
next meeting, we should have in our packet the bylaw.
Yeah, we want
That-
408. Yep.
Yeah, we should have
And just to put
just
a
one-
bow on this, can I put a bow on it?
a bow.
A bow to finish it, wrap it up
Color.
before you move on? You're going to move on. I sense that you're moving on.
Yes.
Which is great. The language that you just proposed, if it's possible to say there's an implementation date
Yeah.
for Harvard Street, and then there's an implementation date townwide. If that's feasible, that gives us the time to better understand what are the implications of taking this beyond 4 stories, 15% required on-site affordability to something that might be 8 stories or 10 stories with a different level of a number of units. So that's what I'm talking
Okay.
We will take this back.
about. Okay,
Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Maria, don't. What? Did you have something to say?
I don't.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're gonna put this off.
Great.
Okay. Okay, next,
Yeah.
we have an update on the town's 40B affordable housing status. Ms. Kara Bruton,
Good evening.
please speak.
Let me, give me a minute to pull up a presentation. Okay, let's see how I can adjust this for the room. All right, that's good enough. My name is Kara Bruton. I'm the Director of Planning and Community Development for the town. The reason why I asked to have this item on tonight before we get to 429 Harvard Street next was to take a step back, especially for some of our select board members who are new in this role and may have not been through a 40B process from beginning to end. Want to give some context and background of the housing permitting tool that's referred often as 40B. That's the name of the state regulation. It's literally Chapter 40B. I want to talk about where the town is today relative to state thresholds that are included in that regulation that would give the Zoning Board of Appeals more discretion in making decisions. The Zoning Board of Appeals is the body that makes any decisions on 40Bs, and I'll get to in a minute why you all are even talking about this later tonight. When a comprehensive application goes to the Zoning Board of Appeals, that is the time, once an applicant has filed a full 40B package, before they're even able to go to the first meeting and open a hearing, they first have to get what's called an eligibility letter from a state subsidizing agency. And that allows the state and the applicant to work together for specialized financing that's permitted through that same state regulation. The subsidizing agency has to first issue an eligibility letter, which basically says, we think this development is worth looking at. It's very preliminary in phase, and all of that happens before even the first public hearing evening. The next agenda item includes in your packets a draft memo for the select board to consider sending to that subsidizing agency to decide whether or not to move forward with a particular application. Also in that memo is some kind of broad strokes of where we are as far as different thresholds, as well as specific comments about that proposed development. So right now, though, I want to take a step back and review some progress that the town has made, which is also in the draft letter to the state with regards to affordable housing broadly, because that's one of the main purposes of having the 40B law in place at all. So recent progress by the town of Brookline with regards to housing and affordable housing includes town meeting actions, including what you all just discussed, passing zoning that allows multifamily housing by right in multiple areas throughout town. You all voted to update our housing production plan, the first year of Community Preservation Act funding. Most of that went to projects went to affordable housing this year. We've spent $9.7 million of affordable housing trust funds over the last 5 years on important projects, gotten those off the ground. There's an additional $3.75 million allocated with a pending payment coming from the Balfour project on Fisher Hill, which will help out Brookline Housing Authority's Walnut Street project. And then finally, 24% of our net new housing units that have actually been issued a building permit between 2015 and 2023 were deed restricted affordable units. And many or most of those were permitted, of those affordable units were permitted, actually all of those were permitted utilizing 40B permitting. So quick background on 40B, the state regulation. Judy Barrett, who's one of the 40B experts in the state, likes to remind communities that the original purpose of the act that created 40B was actually to create more housing, period. Not to create more affordable housing, to create more housing, period. And so that's just a good reminder of where that act started, although much of it includes language on affordable housing, and certainly that's how communities talk about it, is related to affordable housing. 40B is a regulation that's basically a permitting tool, is all that it is. It does allow more flexible paths than local zoning. The town has used it in positive ways, I would say, with regards to examples, usually with our nonprofits, where we are partnering with them and putting affordable housing trust money into the project also. So for example, the St. Aidan's, several Brookline Housing Authority properties where they've added housing and renovated properties at the same time. The state regulation does allow developers to appeal zoning board of appeals decisions if the municipality has not met minimum housing thresholds, which I'm going to get to in a minute. And finally, just to make sure everybody knows that the 40B tool is available to the zoning board of appeals as an avenue to permit a project, whether or not we're above or below that threshold status. So it's always available, even if we've gone beyond that threshold. So there's 3 main ways that we can meet that threshold where we have more, where the zoning board of appeals has more discretion in the permits decisions that they make. One is recently added units onto what's called the state's subsidized housing inventory. One of those ways is if 0.5% of our total units, which is 139 units, have been added to that inventory in the last year. That we are not in that situation right now. The last 40B approval was in March of 2023. A second way that we often talk about is if 10% of our housing units are on that housing inventory. We are not there. We are currently at 9.86%, although we do expect to be back above that threshold by fall of 2024. And the third way, and perhaps most interesting for people in the audience tonight, is another threshold avenue, which is by land. So that's if 1.5% of the town's land is associated with with housing that's on that inventory, then that's another way that we can meet the threshold. As of right now tonight, we believe that we are at the 1.5%. However, there's lots of caveats to that, and I don't want people to get too excited. This is something that is very rarely submitted, very rarely approved by the state, and has, as far as we know, has usually almost always come back with a lower percentage than what was submitted to the state. So I feel confident that we should submit a package asserting that we're at a 1.5%, but we are just at 1.5%. So I don't want to over rely on that threshold because it is so rare and because the percentage based on our estimates is so very tight, very close. But those are the three ways to get to a threshold. So I already talked about this. We're just under the 10% housing units being on the inventory. That's equivalent to 39 units, which is a very small number. We need 39 additional units in order to get back above that 10% threshold. We are expecting a couple additions to happen by the end of the calendar year. One is Pudding Stone, one of the Chestnut Hill Realty projects. It's their last phase. When they get a certificate of occupancy, we think it's going to be fall, could be late summer, could be late fall. When they get the certificate of occupancy, then 250 units will come back on the inventory. Another project that's moving forward but will affect the inventory is 108 Center Street, Hebrew Senior Life. They are moving along quite well. If you go by Center Street, you can see the construction is going great. But they probably won't have their certificate of occupancy by September 14th. I'm pretty certain. We're thinking more winter, spring. And so 54 units will likely come off the inventory. For those that are new to all of this, basically units come off and on the inventory when they get their permit for the comprehensive permit, when they get their building permit, and then finally when they get certificate of occupancy, which can be frustrating for everybody, but that's the way the regs are. So here's the third threshold avenue, and this is the one that was by land. This is just a snapshot. The dark blue areas are the areas that the state considers putting in the denominator. It does not count all land areas, doesn't count, for example, water bodies, bodies owned by the town, or which includes our public ways. So of the dark blue areas, the pink-ish areas that you see are the parcels of land that are associated with housing on the housing inventory. And again, we do believe that is just about at 1.5%. Again, caveat, we don't want anyone to rely on this assertion at this point. The state is sending us additional acreage numbers for units that are on the inventory that have undisclosed locations. So for example, there's units in towns that are operated by the Department of Mental Health. Those don't show up on the public listing. We're not supposed to know where they are. So we have to ask them to give us an acreage number that we then add in. Another thing that's happening is we're going to be working closely with town council before finalizing this very detailed technical documentation, make sure that any room for looking at the regulations in a different way, we're taking full advantage of, and yet still be defensible. Third, want to make sure everybody understands that the state will not confirm whether we're at the 1.5% until after the project eligibility letter phase. They get a letter after the applicant submits a full 40B application. Then the ZBA has to open a public hearing. I agree with you, Mr. Warren. It's absolutely nuts. That public hearing is opened. The ZBA then has 7 days to assert whether they're in one of these safe harbors. Then they submit only then can we submit the package, and only then does the state have, I think, a couple weeks or a month to let us know if we meet that threshold. So this is not the usual path, like with our 10%, where the state will confirm with us. We go back and forth all the time. This is very rarely done. And they will not, it's bad for everybody. It's bad for the neighborhood. It's bad for residents. It's bad for housing advocates. It's bad for officials to have that uncertainty and basically force someone to go through all of that expense to file a full application. But that's where we are. Finally, just want to emphasize that it is extremely rare for the state to confirm by land calculations exactly. Again, usually community submits something and what comes back as approved is lower percentage, a lower calculation. So that's where we're at. I do have a couple slides if you have any questions, but I'm going to wrap it up there.
Paul,
I have one.
quick question.
Yep. Thank you, Kara. Can you put an application in the context of where we are with numbers and so if we're at 9.86, can you go back to the 3 check marks?
Oh, yeah, 39 units.
No, go scroll back. At the beginning, you had the 3, there was land. There you go. That one. Yeah. So right now we're at 9.86 on the
Yes.
housing units, right?
Yep.
And you expect that to be above 10% by the fall of 2024. Could you put that in the context of an application, a 40B application? If the 40B application was put in today, they would be submitting it both. When does it become a true application?
So a true application happens once they have a project eligibility letter from the state, and they have full documents, traffic study, kind of a full package. They submit that to the Zoning Board of Appeals. Only then, within 7 days, we have to open a public hearing. Sorry, I'm misspeaking. I think within 14 days. Anyways, only once the first hearing opens is when the Zoning Board of Appeals can assert that they believe the town is in one of these safe harbors.
Okay, and if that's when they would do the comparison at the 10%?
The 10% or the 1.5 or the
Or
recent.
whatever they are. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Mike.
Chair, thank you. That is very helpful. It certainly answers the question about, one of the questions I had was, are we there yet? And I know other people had that question. And the answer is no, not quite. But one thing is that certainly in the draft letter, it's an excellent letter, and I know we'll get to that. I would put the 9.86% in there, into that letter specifically, and say, give a date by the end of the year for, you're very, very comfortable it will be there. But once we get to the safe harbor, the way I understood this presentation, the developer can still make application for a 6-story building. If they're turned down by the ZBA, they can still appeal to the state. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what's the basis for their appeal?
So the ability to appeal usually is fairly easy, fairly low bar. It's just that what happens next? What happens next is the Housing Appeals Committee would take up that appeal. And if it was a simple, threshold status, they are more likely, almost always, going to come down on the side of the local authority rather than asking us, for example, to go to mediation and try to figure out a solution somewhere in between. Or, if it was like 45 Marion from years ago, that went back and forth and ended up in the courts and then went back to mediation and, it moved forward. I'm sorry, I don't think I answered your question.
Not quite. So the question is, what would be the basis of the state coming back and saying the ZBA had made an error, or that they were, overruling the ZBA based on their authority, or, what?
Don't know the case law enough to give you a good example of why they would do that if we were in one of the safe harbor.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. And I can come back after the developer's presentation or after public comment and talk about the draft letter, but I don't have any prepared comments on that.
Okay. What time was this public hearing noticed for?
Well, I don't think it had a specific time on the calendar. You're right. So you're good. You're good to begin the.
Okay. Well, what I'd like to do is take a 5-minute break. So.
And then we'll do the hearing and then we'll come back.
Yeah, then we'll come back and
The
do
presentation from the developer and then the public hearing.
Okay.
And you said 45 minutes for public comment. Okay, so if folks have not signed up for public comment and you are here to make a public comment on this, the public comment sign up sheet is right here. There are people signed up in advance, so you'll be on after the folks who have signed up. So if you want to make a public comment, please come up here. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. And there'll be 45 total minutes of public comment.
Right.
Let's go for a second.
Where's my?
Get
Got
back
my
in.
attention. You've got the sign up sheet.
Yes, I have it.
Okay, Mike?
He's up there.
Yeah.
Mike?
All right, come on, we get going.
5 minutes into 15.
Yeah, no. Okay, ready? I'm not ready. Okay, next item on the agenda. Project eligibility letter application for 429 Harvard Street, a 40B, and this is a public hearing. Let me start out by saying in our packet, we have a draft of a letter to Mass Housing prepared by our planning department. It includes their comments on the major appropriate concerns that they have and that we can either accept, reject, or modify in preparing a draft letter from the select board. That will be edited and presented for the select board's final approval at our meeting on July 9th, so that it can be delivered to Mass Housing on July 10th, which is the deadline they've given us. Our letter will have attached to it letters pro and con that we have received from the community about the project. Community members can also send their comments directly to Catherine Miller at Mass Housing, at kmiller@masshousing, one word, .com. We will start off the presentation, start off with a presentation by the developer, Oak Hill Properties. I take it there's someone from Oak Hill here?
Yes.
Council.
Oh, on the monitor. Following that, the select board will have an opportunity to ask questions, and I'd like to limit that to no more than 15 minutes in the beginning. Next, I want to put aside no more than 45 minutes for public hearing with a limit of 3 minutes per person. And based on my review of the letters that we've received, there's a lot of redundancy. So if you come up and speak, please don't repeat what other people have said. We get the general gist of people's concerns, and you don't need to repeat it over and over again to pound it into our heads. After we close the public hearing, the select board can ask further questions of the developer based on the public comments or other questions. And we should identify any additional comments that we think should be included in the letter to Mass Housing, in addition to what the planning department has prepared as a draft. So with that, we'll hear from the developer, Oak Hill Properties.
Thank you very much. Jennifer DePazzo Gilbert here on behalf of Oak Hill Properties LLC. Also with me is the owner's representative, Ashkan Sanioff, and also the project architect, Norberto Leone. And Mr. Leone would like to have screen share capability in a minute so he can make a brief presentation on the plans. The property is located at 429 Harvard Street. It's been owned by this particular ownership team since 2018. They are longstanding members of this community. The building is currently vacant. And as I said, the former tenant was Citizens Bank. The proposal at the site is for a 6-story building, 40 units of housing, 8 at 50% of area median for a rental property. That means that the rents would range between $1,400 and $1,427 to about $2,100. And the income range at that particular median income, depending on the size of the unit, would be $57,000, for example, for a studio, to up to $94,700 for a 3-bedroom. We met with the town and had a preliminary meeting and heard a lot of feedback from the various staff folks, both with respect to massing, scale, open space, and other issues. The setbacks were increased, and then there was a meeting on site with the folks from the state, and various town staff members also joined at the site. various comments were made at the site visit, and those were taken into consideration by the development team. Many of the letters that we've read also have concerns about the scale and mass of the project. If an eligibility letter is received from the state, and if the town is not in a safe harbor and we're able to file for a comprehensive permit, we will work with the town's consultants on the design, the scale, massing, and all of the concerns that we've heard. While I can understand that there's a particular sensitivity to this project and that folks were hoping that projects on Harvard Street would proceed under the new MBTA zoning, I certainly respect the time and effort that it took to get that particular piece of zoning passed. But I think anyone that understands the current economic factors that weigh heavily on development, and I know that Ken Lewis is an expert in this area, I respect his opinions. I heard him say tonight that not much is viable currently due to interest rates, construction costs, and the ability to get equity financing. And I certainly would agree with that, and we're experiencing that with some of our clients now. That being said, one of the main things that we were hoping would be squared away and that we could take another look at this project is the commercial incentive standards and policies that were going to be adopted, at least for Harvard Street. But as a side note, I will say that I have two other big developments at various stages of design in other areas of town that we're waiting for those guidelines to be adopted and addressed in a uniform manner, because they are also waiting to see what those incentives would mean as they crunch the numbers for those projects in other areas of town. Developers need certainty, and so I hope that we'll have those standards in place so that this project also can be revisited. I also want to say that I do know that there are several projects mentioned in your letter in the area. You'll see a couple more when the architect makes a presentation, but there are several that weren't noted in your letter that I think are worth mentioning. There is a 6-story, which is at the 6-story stepped back quite a bit, which is something that our development team would be willing to look at, but it was granted and permitted at 500 Harvard. That's a 6-story building. There was recently a presentation, very preliminary presentation of a very large 6-story with over 80 units and over 60 parking spaces presented over at 20 Pleasant Street. That's at the preliminary stages. So that's over 80,000 square feet, I believe. And so those are a couple of projects that weren't mentioned. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Norberto Leone, the project architect, to go over the site, the plans, and then, of course, we're available to take any questions that the board may have. Thank you. Roberto, you should be able to share screen.
All right, let me see. Can people see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, good evening. My name is Norberto Leone, and I'm the architect for the project. So 429 Harvard Street is an existing single-story building, and we're proposing to demolish the existing structure and provide a 6-story building with 40 units. The existing site has the bank structure at the corner of Harvard Street and Coolidge Street. And in the back of the lot, there is parking for 9 cars. The entrance and exit to the parking is off of Coolidge Street. There are 3 trees on the site. The abutters to the property consist of a commercial single-story on Harvard Street and 3 large residential houses on the others on the rear and the sides of the lot. The proposed project seeks to maximize the available square footage on the lot, and so we are going right up to the property line on Harvard Street and Coolidge Street. And as it is right now, we're going to be providing commercial space on about half the lot, and then parking for 15 cars in the back of the lot, with the entrance to the residential units off of Coolidge Street. According to the most recent zoning ordinances, we would need to seek a waiver for the height, the 6 stories, as opposed to the 4 stories allowed. We're proposing 72 feet height, and we have an issue with the rear setback and the parking setback. For reference, this is the current Brookline zoning map, and the property is located on the top right corner here, along the Harvard Street corridor, near Coolidge Corner. This is an aerial view of the neighborhood with the 429 Harvard Street at the center of the circle, quarter-mile circus radius that shows the typical buildings in the area. And I'm highlighting the buildings that are 4 stories high in purple and 5 to 12 stories high in the orange. And as you can see, we're sandwiched between Beacon and Ave, Coolidge Street at the bottom corner here, where there are several large projects, multi-story projects. These are the existing elevations showing along Harvard Street, the commercial property and the bank at the center here. And you can see in the background the large residential houses, Fuller Street elevation with our abutters also. This is the proposed first floor plan, and we have retail at the corner of Harvard and Coolidge, about 2,800 square feet of retail space. Entrance to the residential units along Coolidge Street, entrance to the parking for 15 spaces off of Coolidge Street. Originally, we had proposed to have the building take on a little bit more square footage with no setback along the side as allowed by zoning, and 10 feet setback on the rear as also allowed by zoning. And then we have no setback on the Harvard and Coolidge Street as allowed by zoning. Since we've gotten some feedback, we've significantly scaled back, especially in the rear and the side lot. So we're now providing up to 20-foot setback for part of the building, and 10-foot setbacks from the side, and 10-foot setback from the rear of the lot. Each floor plate is very similar to this. We have 8 units, and they vary in size from 3 bedrooms to 2 bedrooms, 1 bedroom, and studios. So each floor is very similar. And then up on the roof, we have a community deck, and we're also locating the mechanical equipment in the along the side, 10 feet from the side property line. The mechanical equipment will probably be condenser units, so they won't be more than 4 feet or so off of the roof. These are our typical unit floor plans for the 3-bedroom and the 2-bedroom units, and for the studios and the single-bedroom units. Each unit is provided with an outdoor space, balcony. This was our original massing, where, as you can see by the axonometric here, we went right up to the side property line as allowed by zoning, at 10 feet from the rear. Since then, since we've received some feedback, we've substantially scaled back, as I mentioned, on the side and the rear of the property. This is a rendering along Harvard Street. And you can see the retail at ground level, very similar to the retail, the way that it works along Harvard Street, long strips of glazing and very open. And then we've cut back the scale of the building by introducing the balconies and carving them into the mass of the building. There are no projections. Here's another view from Harvard Street, and this is our commercial abutter neighbor, single story. And one of the things we've done along along our party wall, we're not providing any windows. So if our neighbor chose to provide a larger building in the future, he could do so without any trouble. This is a rendering along Coolidge Street. So you can see on the bottom left corner the house and the entrance to the parking lot. And we're also proposing a fence similar to the one that exists now inside the property line to just make sure that you can't see the cars from the street and from the abutting neighbors. So rendering from the back, and you can see we're leaving there's a lot of trees from our neighbors that, obviously are going to remain there. And then you can see how we've scaled back, cut back on the massing and the open parking below. Another rendering, closer rendering from Harvard Street, just showing you the retail, the parking entrance on the side here, and the entrance to the units above. Elevation along Harvard Street. And so we're proposing 72 feet to the roof, and the tallest structure will be approximately 87 feet to the elevator penthouse. Elevation along Coolidge Street and the relationship to our neighbor over at 69 Coolidge Street. Rear elevation with section cut through 68 Fuller Street. Side elevation showing 421 Harvard Street and 69 Coolidge Street in elevation. And then from Fuller Street, the relationship to our abutting neighbors as well. Section cut through Harvard Street and along Coolidge Street. And you can see in the background here, 420 Harvard Street, which was one of the projects that was approved. I think it was, sorry, I think I skipped through this one. This was recent projects that were approved in the neighborhood. So we have, as mentioned, 370 Harvard Street, 6-story building, 420 Harvard Street, that's a 5-story building, 455 Harvard Street, 4-story building, and just recently approved 500 Harvard Street, which is a 6-story building. All of them shown here on the side view. And finally, we've prepared some shadow studies so you can see the relationship of the existing conditions, summer, fall, winter, and then with the proposed building in all the seasons. And that's it for my presentation. So if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Any further discussion, Jennifer? Anything further you want to say, Jennifer?
Sorry, no, we're good. Thank you very much.
Any questions from the board? Come on, someone has a question.
Yeah, I do have a question. So
Right.
one of the, I'm sure you're aware, very aware, that we've gone through a considerable change along Harvard Street to 4-story with commercial ground floor and so forth. And one of the things that we understand from planning is that planning has suggested that you take a look at whether a 4-story building at 429 would be viable given the increased affordability threshold. That is, you could charge a higher rental rate, and there would be some incentives from ground floor commercial if you provide a white box build out. And so I wonder whether the developer has any comments on whether they've looked at that, whether that's appears to them to be viable at all.
Yeah, we have looked at that, but we are waiting for the board to adopt those actual incentives, and then we will look at it again. But looking at the zoning that was in place, taking away the incentives that haven't been adopted yet, it's not viable at 4 stories. We've crunched the numbers several different ways, and because of the setbacks and because of the restrictions on specific design elements and materials, et cetera, we did not believe it was viable, but we absolutely will look at that again when and if the town adopts the standards that are connected to the language in 408.
Thank you.
Not a good, just a quick question.
Wait, David.
I just have a question regarding approval of 500 Harvard Street. So that's basically right across the street. That's 6 stories. So could someone maybe walk us through why that was approved?
Yes, I can walk you through that. That was my project. So that was initially not approved at 6 stories. It was approved at 5 stories. And the developer appealed and went to the Housing Appeals Committee, and there were negotiations with the town. And it was settled and went back to the ZBA and was approved at 6 stories, but the 6th floor has a significant step back. So that's now permitted and approved at 6 stories.
Kara, did you have something to add? Okay.
And just one follow up. That was not a 40B?
It was a 40B.
It was a 40B.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Actually, I have one more question, if you don't mind.
Follow up to your previous question?
In a way, yes.
Let's pause.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. At first, I wanted to just point out that I think all of the projects referenced were 40Bs in comparison. So that's exactly why we work so hard to do the MBTA Communities Act Consensus Plan to have by right development. And I do appreciate the presentation and the design that was put forward. I guess, Jennifer, the point I want to make about your previous comment, this 6-story, 40B proposals coming forward, the ground floor commercial has been passed by town meeting. You knew that. You're still coming forward with a 6-story proposal. Was the by right 4-story ground floor commercial ever considered?
It was.
It was. And can you speak to why?
Yeah, just because a zoning bylaw passes doesn't mean that anything's going to be built under it, right? So unfortunately, the numbers didn't crunch. We certainly hope that things will change out there in the construction world with rates and interest rates and the equity market, et cetera. But right now, like Ken Lewis said, nothing's viable. And certainly under the existing zoning as passed, we don't believe it's viable to move forward with a 4-story option.
Mike?
I wonder whether you can give us a sense of the timing of your, Kara outlined that the first thing that happens is that Mass Housing has to decide whether or not to sign on, in effect. And there are some steps beyond that and that have to be undertaken before you can apply for
Yeah.
So I wonder if you can give us a timeline of what you expect that to look like.
Absolutely. So after your comment letter goes to the state will review everything and either issue a project eligibility letter or not. If they issue a project eligibility letter, that is one piece that must be submitted with our 40B comprehensive permit application. That application will include things like preliminary stormwater design, traffic and parking opinion reports, et cetera, further refined plans, and of course, the filing fee. All of those pieces will come together, and we will take the project eligibility letter and actually physically file that at the planning department with the town. Once that is stamped in, we are, so to speak, in the door. And if the town has not reached 1.5% or has not reached 10%, then we, the developer, would be safe and be proceeding with a 40B. If the zoning board challenges that and says we are in a safe harbor, then we wait for the state to review it to see if that's accurate. Now, the 1.5% land calculation, I think Carol is right. That's a really tough threshold. It's rarely approved. I think it was recently approved in Watertown, but it's tough to get. It's more that the Pudding Stone project is going to get its certificate of occupancy before we can submit the actual 40B application, because at that point, once those certificate of occupancies are issued, the town will be over 10% and unlikely to fall below it anytime soon. So 10% seems to be the number that the town wants to get to. Depending on where you are on your housing opinions, that's, you know, great, or it's not enough and the town should strive for more, like 20%. But in any event, we need to get that 40B application in before the town hits 10%, or it can reach the 1.5% calculation.
Right. Well, you've answered more than my question, but you haven't answered the question.
Okay. So you timing wise.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. So we expect to have that project eligibility letter back from the state. We're hoping by August, and the minute we get it, our application will be ready to submit. So we're hoping to submit early August at the latest.
So you'll have had the traffic studies and so forth done by then.
Then we're working on them now.
Okay, but done by the time you submit it, obviously.
That is, yeah, we'll have to. So that's the hope. Yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
And if you don't get the PEL back from Mass Housing, what's the
Yeah, we
plan?
can't submit. So that's the piece we need. It's one of the criteria. We would have an incomplete 40B application if we tried to submit without that.
Okay, so what happens to this property?
Then we will gratefully and eagerly review this policy or standards that you're trying to adopt, and see if there's any way to make a project happen at that site. And if not, it's either going to sit vacant or the owners are going to look for a new tenant.
Chaz?
Two interrelated questions, I guess. When you take a fresh look at the penciling it out, once the regulations are finalized, will you also take into consideration the ability by a special permit to reduce your parking minimums?
Yes, that is something we will absolutely look at.
And then I think concurrently with, so to add on to the chair's point, if your project eligibility letter isn't granted and you're concerned that this isn't penciled out, would you consider working with the planning department with a collaborative process potentially under 40A to redevelop this property, not at 6 stories, but within the spirit of the Harvard Street zoning, such that it might be viable, even if it's not as tall or as massed, in a way that might be acceptable to the ZBA if you were not able to get a project eligibility letter? Is that something?
Absolutely. I'm all about collaboration, and I would urge my clients to collaborate as well.
John?
I had a couple of questions about that. To me, rather depressing blank wall that was seen in one of the elevations that was presented. And I'm sorry, what?
Fuller Street. Oh, sorry.
Fuller Street.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I thought the blank wall was against the business properties next to it.
Well,
Facing Fuller Street.
I'm sorry.
I can't say for sure if Mike is correct. You know, if I thought I knew what side of the building it was on, I would have said so. And I'll no, that's okay. I think we can all agree that there was a blank wall on one side of the building, and the blank wall was not facing Harvard Street. And the justification for the blank wall that was offered was some sort of a courtesy to the property next door in case they want to develop at some point. On the other hand, was any consideration given to what that the impact that has on, foot traffic on Harvard Street, people walking up and down Harvard Street and staring up at a blank wall that is 6 stories tall? And does the courtesy given to the adjacent property owner assume no space between these buildings? Just sort of 2 buildings that are up against one another, and that's why the walls are blank and nobody needs windows in those walls? Because to me, the number one issue for this particular design is, where is the open space? Where is there any breathing room around this building? I kept hearing the phrase over and over and over again, up to the property line, up to the property line, up to the property line. I'm hoping that as this proceeds, that there will be certain amount of concession given to the need for some kind of open space in this parcel, and also some attention paid to the visual impact of that blank wall in the neighborhood, on Harvard Street, for anyone passing by on Harvard Street. So that's my comment.
Jennifer?
Yeah, absolutely. All of
Wanna
those things
respond?
will be, sure. All of those things will be taken into consideration as the design progresses and as the town engages with consultants and we meet again with planning staff. Absolutely, those are the types of things that get changed and tweaked and discussed with the abutter and the planning staff, and absolutely. So thank you for that feedback.
Thank you. David?
Just a follow-up question to what John was mentioning regarding open space. So in the current design, I think I saw on one of the slides a courtyard. Is that an interior courtyard? Could you explain what that is? And then also there was a roof deck. Is that what's being considered open space?
I'll let Norberto speak to that, please.
Yes, the courtyard was a previous design iteration, and we're not proposing that anymore. And the roof deck is the common space, open space available to the residents.
Any other questions? Okay, let's open up the public hearing. Tiffany, do you have first speaker ready?
Yes, our first speaker is in the room, Fran Perler.
Before I start my time, just to answer John, that blank wall faces my house, and I'd rather have a blank wall than somebody watching me brush my teeth.
Okay.
Okay. I'm Fran Perler. I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed plans for a 6-story building at 429 Harvard Street. I speak as a town meeting member in Precinct 8, where this project is located, and on behalf of the dozens of constituents who've contacted me. I speak for the Mitchell and the Akulu families directly abutting at 62 and 68 Fuller Street, who are unable to attend. I myself live within 150 feet of the site and know the area very well. We are not against change. We're not against adding more affordable housing. We are against the massing of this building and its flouting of our new Harvard Street form-based zoning. I commend the Select Board for its draft response to mass housing. I understand that the town has limited control if this is a 40B. Mass housing should consider the town's commitment to increasing housing. I urge rejection of this plan by mass housing because of its massing. It is more than twice the height of the abutting single-family buildings. The little ants down here. and the one-story buildings on Harvard Streets. As noted by others, the other tall buildings listed in the application are 40Bs that go beyond the town zoning rules. I urge rejection of this plan by Mass Housing because of its absence of consideration of abutters. The developers make no effort to minimize the effects of a ginormous building. 2 abutting homes are occupied by families with young children. Setbacks are at a minimum. There are no step backs. The HVAC row is at the 62 Fuller Street roof line. The roof deck sight lines go far beyond the immediate abutters, eliminating many homeowners' right to a little privacy in a very congested area, especially for their kids playing in their backyards. I urge rejection of this plan by Mass Housing because of congestion. This area has one of the highest population densities in the state. 340Bs have been built on Harvard Street within 0.2 miles of this lot. With
You have 30 seconds.
How much congestion can one small section of Harvard Street absorb? I urge rejection of this plan by Mass Housing because of the rodent and trash issues. This property has a history of rat nests that the owners were reticent to deal with. Adding an apartment building with 40 units will only increase rodent and trash problems. I can go on and on, but I'll stop here. Note that the surrounding neighbors are organizing at this moment.
That concludes
and
your time.
will do everything in their power to block this project unless it is scaled back. Thank you.
The next speaker is Lisa Wyman.
Good evening, members of the Select Board. My name is Lisa Wyman, and I am the resident of 69 Coolidge Street, the large residential building directly abutting the property at 429 Harvard Street. I'm here today to express my concerns about the proposed 6-story building at 429 Harvard. I have 3 main concerns. One is the massing and zoning noncompliance. The proposed building does not follow Harvard Street zoning rules, which limit building height to 4 stories, with defined setbacks and step backs. The building's massing is out of scale with the neighborhood, which is a residential neighborhood, towering over my adjacent property and casting long shadows on my home. There is a strong concern for the impact on abutters, me being the primary abutter. The design does not minimize the impact on my single family home, and the building will significantly impact our privacy and light, as well as the safe area that my children have to play. The proposed building covers almost the entire lot. In addition to Harvard Street, there is a parking lot on Coolidge Street, which has 7 parking spots, 2 handicapped, what they want to increase to 15 spots. My children walk to the Ridley School daily and have had many near-miss accidents due to the congestion in this area. So in addition to the impact on me as an abutter, I have significant concerns with the congestion and safety in this area. This area is also highly congested, with several existing 40B developments within a short distance. Increased traffic and parking issues and pose safety risks, not only to me, but my neighbors, especially for children and pedestrians walking in the area. I would also like to note that the traffic and parking study that is going to be done looks like it's going to be conducted in August. I would like the builder to really reconsider that because it is will be done during summer, where there is a lot of neighbors vacationing, as well as students not present in the area. So it is not a representative study. This project in its current form disregards the community's input and the zoning regulations designed to protect my neighborhood. I urge the Select Board to reject this proposal and ensure any new construction conforms to the Harvard Street zoning regulations. This is not in opposition to development, but a call for thoughtful and community consideration planning. Thank you for your time and consideration today. I look forward to your decision. I am passionate.
You have 30 seconds.
And I will not relax on my advocating for the development as it proceeds. Thank you.
The next speaker is Marilyn Rosenbaum.
I'm Marilyn Rosenbaum. I live at 73 Coolidge Street next to Lisa Weinman. And I've lived there for 45 years and sort of been through this process before with the 40Bs. And what is really different this time is that the other 40Bs that have been developed were prior to the MBTA Community Act plan that was really a plan that I participated in. I went on walks, I attended meetings, went to Zoom meetings, talked to town meeting members. And we really made an effort to look at our community, to try to provide multifamily affordable housing and sort of come together, as I think Paul Warren has talked about, the values that Brookline has as a community. This plan that is being proposed today totally flies in the face of that. And what makes me think that no good deed goes unpunished. I feel if this plan goes through, it totally just makes my trust in government deteriorate. And that, what you try to put into a community gets decimated. So I know that all of you here, I think, have a commitment to this town, a commitment to the MBTA Community Action Plan. I hope and pray that it can go forward and that this awful sort of proposal of the building will not go through. It really will be a shame for my wonderful neighborhood, my wonderful neighbors. Thank you.
The next speaker is Charlie Homer, who is with us online. Charlie, you've been promoted. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Terrific. So my name is Charlie Homer. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 8. I live right in Coolidge Corner and along Harvard Street. I'm speaking for myself and for my fellow 5 Precinct 8 town meeting members who won our election this May on a strongly pro-housing slate. We are all strongly supportive of the rezoning that the town adopted last year in response to the MBTA Communities Act. We believed then and believe now that the additional housing on Harvard Street that zoning reform will enable will be good for businesses, and by expanding housing and more affordable workforce housing, Brookline will benefit. And we in Brookline are doing our part to solve the regional housing crisis. At the same time, the existing building and parking lot at 429 Harvard is an ideal location for development into a mixed-use building with ground floor retail and housing above. We agree with the criticisms which we've heard and were outlined in the draft letter that the initial plan for the site leaves a great deal to be desired. Modifications, whether it's under 40B or under a friendly 40B or otherwise, will be negotiated and can be negotiated as already indicated by several of the modifications indicated by the developer. We do note that a 40B does have a higher number of affordable units and are at a deeper level of affordability than the otherwise would be allowed through the Harvard Street zoning. I should also note, as people have mentioned, that this 10% housing inventory does not actually mean Brookline has 10% affordable housing because every unit in a 40B building is counted toward that state housing inventory. And so we still have quite a bit of room, even if we're over the 10% or near the 10% SHI, we still have a great deal to go if we want true 10% affordability in our town. We understand, as the previous speaker said, that the town's response to each proposed building and zoning proposal affects both how developers and town leaders will respond in the future to efforts to develop buildings and to make zoning proposals. We know that the planning department has thought the strategy through very carefully, and we are not taking any position for or against the proposed letter to MHP around the PEL, lots of letters. What we do want to state clearly is that we would like
30
this lot
seconds.
Thank you. We would like this lot to be developed sooner rather than later, as we're in a housing crisis. We'd like more housing and we'd like more affordable housing. That's what Precinct 8 voters voted for this past May. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Elisa Planzonja.
Okay, Elisa Plazanja, 152 Naples Road. I will not comment on the egregious massing of this project as currently proposed because many others will. But instead, I'd like to comment on the lack of green space and the detrimental impact that this project as currently proposed would have on existing mature trees. The architect claimed that there were 3 trees on the property, but if you look at it, there are definitely mature trees right on the property line. And with minimal to no setback, those trees will not survive. So who cares? Trees. Let's get housing in place. Earlier in this meeting, we heard from our public health department about the dangerous heat emergency that we recently faced, right? It was just last week, and are likely to continue to face due to climate change. North Brookline is already a heat island. If you doubt the power of trees to mitigate climate change, I invite you to take a walk in our neighborhood. Just a few streets over, walk down Beals on a 90+ degree day. And then when you get to the bottom of Beals from Harvard, turn up Stedman and walk along the Ridley side of the street. Beals has a beautiful tree canopy of mature sycamore trees. Stedman along Ridley has almost no trees. I defy you to tell me that there isn't a noticeable difference. And when you have that sun beating down on you, the pavement radiating the heat back, it's like being in a pizza oven. And we are just in a position in Brookline where we cannot afford to continue to lose our tree canopy. I'm a member of Mothers Out Front. I'm a co-leader of our tree team, which is actively working with the town to try to preserve our tree canopy and increase it if at all possible. We can't keep losing mature trees by 1s, by 2s. The scale of this project, as currently proposed, needs to, it doesn't include any nature, which we need for climate change. So I ask the select board to reject this as currently proposed and work with the developer to insist on greater setbacks to allow for nature on that property. Thank you.
The next speaker we have signed up is Linda Olson Pelkey.
Oh. You okay?
Yes. Thank you. Quick action on Regina's. It's really strange when your foot goes to sleep. I'm fine. Thanks, Chaz. Look at that. He sprung into action. Okay. I'll try not to repeat what others have said. My name is Linda Olson Pelkey. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 17. I'm an advisory committee member, an urban planner. And yes, the scale of this proposal is so badly out of scale and context. It just significantly will have a detrimental impact on the streetscape and upend everything that the town worked for on Harvard Street. Decades of bad land use outcomes has shaken the public's faith that the social contract that is zoning will be upheld. Seeing a successful infill project on this recently rezoned corridor would be a step towards restoring that faith. Approving this 40B would be a serious step backwards, and I urge the select board to adopt the letter that was drafted and possibly add some further comments. I agree with the comments about the massing and the scale and the lack of trees, especially. We're looking for infill development that contributes to a part to a whole. This completely negates that. The proposed 40B is drastically too large, and given its close proximity to single and 2-family residential neighborhoods and the need for increased climate resiliency measures in this area are not compatible. Negotiation and compromise led to a shared vision for Harvard Street. This proposal violates that, and I would say even negotiating at this point on slight mitigations is not going to get it done either. And it is not the town's responsibility to always respond to current economic conditions. We did not create those conditions, and we know they will change in the future. And we need to stick to what it is that we want and what the community wanted and what the community voted for. The residents of Brookline want to take back control over our land use destiny, and we are just starting to do that with the start of the comprehensive planning process. And this is what I would like you to consider adding, because if we violate that minimal amount of trust that we've gained by negotiating and compromising and coming up with a plan that we could all.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. If we violate that at this point, I fear for the future of our collaboration. I fear for the future of working to get results that the community wants. And I'm hoping that that's where we are going as a town. So please consider adding some comments about the need for trust and the work that we have to do in front of us to adopt meaningful change, but change
That
that helps
concludes your
the
time.
community as well as the developers. Thank you. Hopefully I can walk back to my seat now.
The next speaker is Mark Rosen.
That was a great save. After she went down, excellent. Yeah, that was great. Hi, everybody. I'm Mark Rosen. I'm in precinct 8. I live a couple of blocks away from this proposed monstrosity of a building. I want to point something out that nobody seems to be talking about tonight. That all projects that are being built along the Harvard Street corridor are essentially community projects. And as a community project, it should have a community focus. And I'm not hearing much about community focus tonight, except from the audience. I'm not hearing it from, I'm hearing it from the select board in the sense of the letter that they're going to send, which I approve. And I strongly ask them to reject this proposal. But I want to go into a couple of points that I heard the developer make in their presentation. But to go back to the community project, every building project in the community is essentially a community project, no matter who owns the land, who designs it, who builds it. It's the community that has to embrace it, make it work, and bring it to integration within the community. And as I said earlier, the only people in this room right now and on the internet, and I'm sure the developers are watching, that are talking about community are the people in this room. And I have to ask, why is that? Why is that? I don't have an answer. But I will tell you some of the things I have heard. We don't have enough money to build this building. We can't make it work at 4 stories. I used to work for the state of Massachusetts in procurement. And when someone came up to me and said, we don't have enough money to do this, I would tell them, get out of the business. Do yourself a favor. Do not do this. If you can't afford to do a reasonable building at a reasonable height that doesn't fracture a community, then get the heck out of the business, because you're doing nobody a favor. And if you can't do that, then you don't even have to put a sign on the building that says greed. It's the way the building is designed, the way it's set. It says it all. It screams it out loud. It's the one word that nobody has said in this room yet, and it's greed. Why do you have to have such a giant building at 6 stories when you have a plan for 4 stories? That's reasonable. Because Harvard Street, as you remember, was primarily single-story buildings with maybe 3-story buildings behind it. And so we compromised and went to.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to finish by saying there are multi-million-dollar Victorian homes surrounding this property line. If you are going to build there, you better lawyer up, because these people are not going to stand by and let their 1800 vintage year homes be destroyed by your haphazard ideas and haphazard construction. So I'd say rethink it, work with the board, and come up with something that actually works for the community, because you may have protests.
That concludes your time.
There for years after this thing is built. Think about that. Thank you.
The next speaker is Christopher Maurer.
My name is Christopher Maurer. I live at 83 Coolidge. In the shadow, I gather, of this new building I felt very proud of Brookline when those of you who worked so hard on the MBTA CA proposal, and felt proud that we are making an effort to do affordable housing. I've had to hire people from out of town, and a huge obstacle for me is the lack of affordable housing. We can all agree on that. I find it amusing that the developer refers to the large residential houses, but avoids that adjective when describing a 6-story preposterous block. I fail to understand why this big block, this mass housing in the other sense of the word, is allowed to squash the residential units around it. I also was very interested in the problem of trees and heat management and emergency heat management, and the remarks earlier in this meeting about the tree canopy at a cemetery, and hoping that the living get the same consideration in terms of maintaining trees as those inhabitants of the cemetery do. I feel that this is a preposterous building. I would like to ask the architect rhetorically what consideration was given in planning to surrounding housing units. I feel this is, I also noticed that, I don't want to be redundant, but in presenting, during the presentation, the architects and developer referred at different times to the concessions they had made. It was going to occupy an entire block. Now we have a small setback, as though we were to be grateful for the shrinkage of this huge mammoth un-Brookline shadowy unit. So I'm just strongly opposed to it. I appreciate
You have 30 seconds.
everything all of you have done, much more than me, to make affordable housing possible in this town. But this is a huge, in all senses of the word, mistake. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kim Reicheld.
Hey, good evening. I'm Kim Reichelt, and I have not yet moved into the home at 87 Coolidge. It's under construction, and I apologize to my neighbors for that. I'm really glad to sort of meet those I haven't met yet here tonight, because they are fantastic, and there's not much that I want to say that they haven't already said. But I did want to just highlight a couple of things. One was, as Christopher noted, I wanted to point out the number of times that the architect used the word large to refer to our homes on that street. I think it showed a real lack of humility and a lack of good grace in dealing with us to use that phrase that way. Our homes are moderate homes for the neighborhood, and what he is looking at building is truly a monstrosity. And as I think about putting solar panels on my new roof, I wonder, especially thinking about my neighbors who are a little closer, what impact that building would have for him. And the first neighbor who spoke about being a direct abutter and having absolutely no privacy. Well, the other neighbor spoke about they'd rather have the blank wall. Well, okay, so if you'd rather have a blank wall, how about the other neighbor who would probably also rather have a blank wall? The lack of consideration for the people right around this building just attests to just how wrong for the space it is. I was attracted to this neighborhood because it's beautiful and it's quiet, and it doesn't have a lot of traffic. At least not right, maybe up by the corner, it obviously does. But this would just completely change the nature of the neighborhood in a way that is just not in character with the town that I think I bought into. So thank you.
That concludes the speakers who signed up in advance and in the room, but there are 31 participants online. So I'll ask if they'd like to share their thoughts on this item, if they could use the raise the hand feature. And before we get to you, we do have
One speaker in the audience.
One speaker in the audience.
Regina, why don't you come to the podium? Don't fall. Yeah.
Thank you. Regina Frawley, town meeting member from the other side of town in precinct 16. What you need to do is somehow have an expert who does pro formas. I don't think there's anybody on staff who can do a 40B pro forma. It's proprietary information. I raise it because the usual complaint that goes to the appellate board is the unaffordability component. Economically infeasible is the technical term. The reason that it went from 4 to 6 is because the building codes change entirely the minute you go past a 4-story building. You could build a 4-story building with wood, but the minute you go to 5, you've compromised your profitability because you now have to meet new code standards. So it is simply never done to do a 5-story 40B. It always goes from 4 to 6. That said, your duty is, and I think to the neighborhood, is to take a look at the pro forma. And as I say, it's considered proprietary information, but they will show it in a very thoughtful way with one person who can help you make your decisions as to how this should go. So that's my main contribution. The other thing I wanted to say, if Kara's still in the room, I was around for Chapter 40B being written in 1969. That was the same year that rent control was written. And Chapter 40B was actually intended for affordability with the encouragement of having at least the 75% be market rate. I know what I'm talking about. I was not only there when they opened the doors at Mass Housing Finance. My husband was one of the top officials there. So I correct whoever her source of information is. Thank you.
We have John Herbert online raising his hand to speak. I have promoted you and you can start when you are ready.
Thank you very much. I'm John Hebert. I live at 21 Auburn Street, so I live on the other side of Coolidge Corner. I'm also a town meeting member in Precinct 7. I think that, I've looked at this proposal and I think that 429 Harvard Street really concerns a quality of life issue. Some will argue that Brookline needs more affordable housing and this project will fill that need. However, at what cost? The cost to the quality of life in the neighborhood that 429 abuts, the cost to the trust of the planning department, the hundreds of citizens who worked so hard to shape the Harvard Street plan with its very clear guidelines to minimize massing, cap building heights at, I believe, 57 feet, and the cost of quality of life to those stuffed in units barely exceeding the minimum space requirement of acceptability. This project is not reflective of the town that Brookline has been. It is not reflective of the direction that Brookline should move in the future, and it does not reflect the image that the planning department worked on and the town meeting passed in the Harvard Street plan in November of 2023. It really is an example of capitalism at its worst. The comment from the developer's representative that stuck in my mind and caused me to speak is the line, "The numbers didn't crunch," when talking about how they considered a 4-story building and rejected it in favor of a 6-story building. I should think that they probably thought of that prior to buying the property. Surely we can do better for almost all concerned. I strongly urge the select board to reject this proposal. Thank you very much.
Again, if you're online and would like to speak to this item, please use the raise the hand feature. There are no other participants raising their hand to speak at this time.
Thank you. So I will close the hearing and we'll commence discussion by the select board if they have any other comments or suggestions for edits to the letter? Mike?
Just the one about making sure that we include the 9.85% in the letter and the expected timeline for getting over 10.
Okay, so just for the record, we are basically going to agree to the draft of the letter prepared by the planning department. Okay, and I'd like to discuss what changes or suggestions you have for it here, but also after the meeting, send any comments to Kara and the planning department so they can incorporate them, assuming they're not inconsistent with each other. And we'll have something for our next meeting to vote on. Paul?
Yep, just a quick comment, Bernard, and then a suggestion for the letter. So first, I want to thank all the neighbors that came out to speak about this. We spent an incredible amount of time collaboratively with the abutters, with boards and commissions, with town meeting members, with developers, commercial owners, people that ride bikes, people that walk in the neighborhood, to come up with a vision for Harvard Street that passed overwhelmingly at town meeting. I think it was 87 or 92%. It was very, very high. And it's concerning to me. It's actually deeply troubling that the first proposal for Harvard Street is this proposal that violates everything that the community envisioned and came to agreement through compromise. I agree with Linda Pelkey's statement that this significantly breaks trust if this proposal, I'm not expecting the board to approve this proposal, but if this were to go forward, I would lose faith in our ability to do zoning and to be able to work with developers and lawyers and their representatives in the community to share a vision to go forward as a community. I'm very, very concerned about that, about breaking the trust of the social contract. And there is a social contract. The young woman that just came forward and spoke about the house that she's renovating, I'm pretty sure you didn't envision entering our community and having an 6-story monstrosity overlooking your property. You probably expected perhaps there might be a 4-story building there, because I understand that came to an agreement. So I am very, very concerned about that. And I'm speaking now to the developer and the owners of that there is a community here that worked very, very hard to come to compromise and a vision for the future. And this violates everything of it. And I don't think it's a great way to enter the neighborhood. I don't know what other properties this developer property owner owns, what other properties they've developed, if they plan on developing in the future. But this is a terrible way to enter a neighborhood. And it leaves a very, very, very bad taste. With respect to a potential addition to the letter, someone had mentioned, I think the young lady in the back that's the direct abutter with some children, had mentioned that the timing of the traffic study is very, very important. To have a traffic study done in August or July, when everybody exits Brookline, families are gone, the kids are in camp, they're traveling, traffic within our community and surrounding community, it just drops off precipitously. And to have a traffic study done now would be completely invalid. It's not representative of what is going to take place within that community. And I would suggest that we consider adding a statement about that the timing of a traffic study for this particular area, which can be heavily traveled because it is next to an important school and an important business and commercial district, that this study should be done when school is in session, in the fall when we know that the community is back and living their lives the way that they would live. So that would be the addition that I would like to see added.
Any other comments? Mike?
Mm.
Oh, I thought you.
No, I'm talking to myself saying,
Talking to yourself?
no, let's
Don't
go.
Talk to us.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
David.
I certainly appreciate the remarks that we heard from those in the neighborhood who would be adversely impacted regarding scale, open space. But at the same time, I want us to be practical here. The bottom line is this is a 40B project. There's a race to potentially to get an application in, even though the community clearly spoke in favor of the MBTCA consensus plan. This proposal, if it's submitted in time, doesn't have to abide by any of it. And so I think we want to be very careful about our tone in the letter. I'd like to see a little more about working with the developer, being collaborative, trying to develop something that could be mutually beneficial for both the community, for developing additional affordable housing, while also respecting the concerns of the abutters. And I think that's currently missing from the letter. Because something this proposal does include, it does have first floor commercial. They didn't have to do that as part of a 40B. So I would like us to look at this as an opportunity for collaboration with the community rather than being, I'll just leave it at that. I'd like to be collaborative, essentially.
I agree. The tone of our letter is very important. We don't want to undermine our credibility by the tone or some of the things that we demand, that the developer do. But so I agree with David in that respect. But I think that the issue here is that this does violate our existing zoning at a time when those zoning rules should apply. And I think that's the main issue that I have with respect to what should go in the letter, the focus of the letter anyway. So. Any other thoughts, comments? John.
I may, I think David, makes a good point. It's kind of an interesting point too. I think the neighbors have done a great job of pointing out how out of scale this proposal is, and how overly ambitious on the developer's part in terms of cramming too much into too small a parcel. I think at the same time, we've got to recognize what I think is the likely outcome of all of this, which is going to resemble the outcome of the most recent 40B project just a couple of blocks away, that did go to, I'm going to call it 5.5 stories. The kinds of mitigations that can help a project such as this are step backs and some recognition of some open space on the parcel. Open space to me equates with trees, and it also equates with bringing the design of the project sort of into a much more acceptable set of parameters. These box developments, and that's all they are. It's just kind of like boxes with windows punched. Do not do anything to enhance the quality of life in a neighborhood. On the other hand, some skillful design work and some trimming back of the amount of square footage that they're trying to cram into this building would help enormously. So I think we've got to keep all our options open. The letter is good. I would like to see the state recognize that 40B would, that the Harvard Street MBTCA approach, the rezoning that we did, would be the better way to go here. So that's the ideal outcome, but somewhere short of that ideal outcome is do our very best to get something that's even a little bit better than what we ended up getting at 500 Harvard Street. Because that seems to be what the state is aiming at. And they've already said that's okay, 500 Harvard Street. So it's just possible that we're going to have to end up there rather than having them agree that they won't go forward with the 40B, and they'll require the developer to come in under the MBTCA zoning.
Okay, Paul?
Just quickly, but John, 500 Harvard Street was done before we passed the MBTA Communities Act.
True.
Where we lowered parking minimums, where we changed setbacks, right?
Well, let's not get into.
No, well, no. I'm just,
No.
the reason why I asked
object.
is how important is that? So, you know, what is the purpose of this letter? Is this letter to say, we disagree with the proposal, we're asking you to reject it? Or is it the purpose to say, we don't like it, we're willing to have conversations? I think there's a difference in what the ask is. And I appreciate tone, but you know, a letter saying this ain't it is, I think, very important to say to Mass Housing.
I'm sorry, Mike?
Yeah, so I believe at the very end of the letter, there are 3 points that are emphasized. The second point is that the town has gone through the process of conforming with the MBTA Communities Act. And that probably, if there's a way to elevate that and make that sort of a little bit of a thing on its own, I think that would be helpful.
And just to follow Mike, you know, you make a really excellent point. Not only did we conform to the MBTA community, we went beyond what the MBTA Communities Act was requiring to us. We went above and beyond. And I do think that perhaps comes out in this letter, but maybe we could highlight it a little bit more.
Chaz, you have something
I mean, so yes, I mean, to the question of what is this for? I think it's a both and, right? It is a simultaneous, this ain't it. But we make clear what I think members of the audience made clear, which is this is not a blanket opposition to development of this site. We want to work with the developer to develop the site to meet the principles that we worked incredibly hard to pass for months and months as part of the MBTA CA consensus plan. So be able to say, right, you know, this process is such that if we are unsuccessful in preventing this altogether, we still need to be clear that the aim of the community is going to be to encourage the development in a way that conforms with the guidelines that we have set. Clear, easily replicable guidelines.
But we are asking them to reject and not issue.
That's right.
A letter.
And that's first and foremost.
That's first and foremost. We're saying.
But I guess the tone, I mean, it has to suggest that there's something after that.
I agree.
That we do. I mean, it's not just, you know, no.
Right. Please reject the letter, and then we will be we're looking forward to working with the developer to come up with a proposal that meets.
And that has to come across.
Okay. Maybe that doesn't come in right?
David.
Right. I agree with how Paul just framed it. And I think that both elements need to be covered, because if we come across as being hostile and just rejecting outright, then all we do is just encourage the developer to go full steam ahead with whatever they want, and maybe something even worse. So I do think it's important for us to be collaborative and strike a positive tone, but still make clear that we want to abide by our community's values.
Because I think the other thing here, when we think of cost for this project that I hope the developer takes into account when they pencil this in, is if this is a collaborative process under as of right zoning with special permits, with minimal necessary kind of editorializing because it's all in the zoning, that drives your costs down significantly. Whereas if this becomes an adversarial process and you go back and forth between mediation and appeals and the courts and the appeal board, paying your attorney's fees all the while, what does that add to your costs? You know, we don't want to, you know, I think all of us would much rather take a collaborative approach to this and save you the time and us the time, because we do. I think the community has made clear, the voices, there is room for development on that site. It just needs to be made and with the principles of the community respected. And so I hope that when the pencils come back out, when the commercial incentive structure is finalized, that's taken into consideration too, because your costs aren't just your building costs, it's the cost to get through the regulatory process. And we're trying to streamline that here with the Harvard Street zoning. So take advantage of it.
If I could just,
Sorry, Mike.
yeah, I think I want to take another look at this, at the letter, because I think it actually does a pretty good job of responding to both David's comments and to Paul's and mine. The second paragraph says, we strongly encourage the developer to pursue a four-story scale design that utilizes the as-of-right Harvard Street zoning standards, which allow for median income housing, household limits up to 70%, and 15% of the units is affordable. The town anticipates meeting the unit requirements for safe harbor status imminently, and that's the part where I think we need to elaborate a bit, and is currently evaluating whether we meet the safe harbor by land requirements now. In accordance with state regulations, town respectfully requests Mass Housing Finance Agency, Mass Housing, not to approve a project eligibility letter. It points out, saying, taking into consideration previous municipal actions taken to meet affordable housing needs. So we're really, it's very, I think it's a very, very good draft. And there are a couple of tweaks yeah, a couple of tweaks here. But I don't want to finish this evening without giving proper credit to the staff for drafting this and making sure that the public understands that this is a heck of a good piece of work.
Yep.
And that coming into this meeting in the first place, this is where we were headed.
Kara, you have something to say?
I do. Thank you for your time on this tonight. Again, Kara Bruton, Director of Planning. I'm hearing all these comments. I think I understand what to do with them. So thank you for being clear than maybe.
And you will receive more from this.
Yes. And also, especially Mr. Perlman, if there's specific word edits or even, add a sentence, I would welcome that too, to get to that tone piece. There are a couple things I wanted to perhaps raise up from the public discussion. One, the comment about, understanding the design of the blank wall, but how to think about impacting the visual, how to mitigate the visual impacts of such a wall. And this could be in the kind of the detailed attachment of things that we already talked about with tree canopy, and that was kind of on that scale. And secondly, there's phrasing, and Chaz said this too, that I think we can knit together to make it both to address Mr. Perlman and also Linda's, Wilson Pelkey's comment, something about breaking the social contract for in a community that worked towards meaningful change, that helps the community as well as the developer. I'll try to integrate that phrase. And then the last comment is just to make sure that everybody knows, for the public record, we're going to continue to attach any comment letters we receive between now and then. So nobody will be surprised by that as the attachments. And then finally, I just wanted to highlight the Easton decision that happened in 2012, which is referenced, perhaps it might seem like a passing reference, but the whole letter is structured based on the decision from Mass Housing to say no to a project eligibility letter when Easton was below its 10%. So I just want to be very clear about there's a reason for the structure of the letter written in that way, thanks to conversation with Chaz. And if you haven't had the time yet to look at that Easton letter, which is linked there, it would be, it's not a long read, and it is very rare. It was done under a different governor. So, it may not ever happen again. I agree that it's probably a long shot, but it was a time when Mass Housing said, even though you're not at your minimum thresholds, those 3 that we talked about, you have provided sufficient evidence that this is not the right project for this site, given local action, emphasizing the as-of-right zoning, which for years after that decision happened, all of the housing workshops, all of the planner workshops talked about, hey, planners, you guys should think about doing the as-of-right zoning. This is long before MBTA, because of the Easton decision that could protect you from 40Bs. So I just wanted to raise that up a little bit. Again, it's very rare, but it's an important thing to just bring up to you guys.
I just have a question before she leaves.
Okay.
Kara, did you say that any additional letters that come from the community public comments would be attached? So these letters the community can still send comment letters in, and it would be attached to this letter?
That's my suggestion. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
So we've always done.
Okay.
Okay, unless there are any further comments or discussion, we'll move on to I think it's agenda item number 14, or whatever number it is. It's reserve fund transfer for the town clerk. Question of authorizing a reserve fund transfer request from Ben Kaufman, town clerk, in the amount of $10,505.90 for hybrid town meeting expenses, and to be submitted to the advisory committee for approval from the reserve fund and they have the account number there. Is Ben Kaufman here to?
I do not see Ben, but Charlie is here.
Charlie, okay.
Hi,
Charlie.
hi, folks. Thank you, Chair Green. I'm Charlie Young. I'm the Assistant Town Administrator for Finance.
Right there.
I'll give you a minute.
Yeah.
I'm the Assistant Town Administrator for Finance here. I'll be talking about the next couple of agenda items. So tonight before you, we have a request to authorize a reserve fund transfer in the amount of $10,515.90 for town meeting. In FY24, the town had its first two hybrid town meetings. The budget for town meeting wasn't adjusted in order to account for those new hybrid town meetings while we assessed what the costs of those would be going forward, and while we gauge the interest in it going forward. So basically the new hybrid town meetings included a new check-in system, new voting system. These things have required training, have required additional staff hours to manage, and additional staff expenses. And those cost overruns are where we end up with a $10,000 deficit in town meeting this year. And so we are asking for your approval to approve that and transmit that to AC for approval as well.
Okay, any questions? Really straightforward. I move approval of the reserve fund transfer request from Ben Kaufman in the amount of $10,515.90. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next, reserve fund transfer for the fire department. Question of authorizing the following reserve fund transfer request from the fire department. A reserve fund transfer for an estimated amount of $979,302 to address the shortfall in the fiscal year 24 fire personnel budget. That's the first transfer. And second, a reserve fund transfer for an estimated $41,000 to address the shortfall in the fire utilities budget for fiscal year 24. And question of approving an appropriation transfer request from the fire department from emergency management, general supplies to fire administration diesel in the amount of $9,700, and from fire administration computer equipment to fire administration water, $12,800. And let's take all of them together if no one objects. But Charlie, want to discuss those with us?
Yeah, I don't mind if you take them all at once. It might be easier if I do one, let you ask questions, and then do the other as far as personnel versus utilities.
And you've got Chief Sullivan on as well. You want to let the chief kind of, lead off, and we'll go from there. Is that all right?
Actually, I think I'd rather introduce and pass.
Oh, okay, got it.
If he has any questions. And if you don't mind, Chair Green, I'd like to do the utilities request first.
Fine.
The fire department utility budget is projected to be in deficit by $63,500 in FY24. This breaks down into a few pieces. First of all, natural gas usage was higher than anticipated. The new training facility that the fire department has had for the past couple of years was used more often in the wintertime than we anticipated. And across the board, natural gas use was a little higher than we had predicted. That resulted in a $12,500 deficit in natural gas. For diesel, interestingly, most departments fill up their diesel at the municipal service center, and the fire department is no exception, except that they also have their own diesel pump at one of their stations, which was not factored into the FY24 budget for diesel. This resulted in a discrepancy of around $11,000. And finally, water usage at Station 7 was unusually high this year. The fire department called for two different inspections, or called for an inspection twice of the facility's water system, the fixtures, and some minor leaks were fixed, but nothing that would explain this significant overage. It's worth noting that the remainder of the department's buildings had normal water usage in FY24. And after these multiple inspections and going over the building top to bottom, it was determined by building department, fire department, and the water division that this was an anomalous issue. And so we don't have a direct explanation for why we are over $40,000 in water at Station 7. But we're going to have to factor that in going forward, because it does seem to be regular usage. So the two transfers you see on the agenda essentially take this, from the perspective of transferring a little bit of money that's left in a couple of fire department accounts. That's $9,700 out of emergency services supplies, which I'd like to note was originally a reserve fund transfer earlier this year for emergency management, for dealing with potentially needing to help folks that were coming in that were refugees coming into the town, but $9,700 remained. And then also transferring $12,800 out of computer equipment capital into one of these utility accounts, which leaves us with a reserve fund transfer request of only $41,000. Thankfully, we were able to bring that down a little bit. So those are the two transfers we're looking for utilities. It is the two accounts, and then the $41,000 reserve fund transfer. And maybe I'll stop and ask if the board has any questions on utilities before I move on.
Yeah, I'm a little uncomfortable with the fact that we haven't figured out why we have this huge water leak. And I hope you're continuing to look for the cause. I mean, that sounds to me like a huge water leak. Not just, a leaky faucet.
Well, we don't think it's a leak. We think, I'll let the chief take over.
Or it could be worse than a leak.
I'll let the chief take over, but at this point it has, it's been determined that there isn't a leak. It seems to be an anomalous jump in usage. And we checked I believe the water department checked the meter as well. Chief Sullivan, do you want to add your 2 cents that we really have gone over this?
Yeah, there were, like Charlie had said, there were several requests for the building department to come. They came through one time, checked all the fixtures, checked the meter, fixed a couple of small problems, came back when the next month the bill did not see any significant change. Fixed a couple of other small leaks, but all of the experts from the water department and DPW are kind of baffled by what could potentially be this ridiculous amount. And they've checked the sewer system, they've checked the water, the underground pipes, and they can't find anything that would even come close to being anything in the vicinity of normal usage. So anecdotally, we do know of other spikes from municipal, not necessarily municipal buildings, but commercial buildings in the MWIRA sphere that have also seen these spikes. The last several months since the minor issues have been addressed, we have seen a decrease in the water usage and the bills. They're down to about half of what they were originally, and hopefully that trend keeps going down as the months go by. Honestly, Jay Hersey from the water department looked at the meters. We've done everything that we could possibly think of, and just can't really put a pin in it. So we're doing everything we can.
Well,
Yep. Thanks, Chief. Charlie or Chief, can you put into the context what $40,000 is to the budget? How much over the budget? What's the original budget? And then you add an additional 40 grand.
One moment, Paul.
May I ask a question? Oh, I'm sorry, John.
That's all right. And another question while you're looking that up. How did the water usage at this station compare to water usage at other stations? And, what kind of a quantum leap, what was the delta, if you will, between normal water usage and what you were experiencing here? Normal water usage for that station.
So to answer Paul's question, the actual budget this year is 16,000 for water, and we are looking at being $40,000 over that. Yep.
Holy cow. Oh, that's really what.
That's not a leak.
Are swimming pools nearby?
It's flood.
Yeah, this is very concerning. And
Anyway, okay.
Yeah, we're not going to solve it here.
Yeah.
So but just the same, that's wild.
Chief, what station is this and where is it located? Washington. Did you?
It's Station
Washington
7.
Street?
Yeah, Washington Street near Washington Square. There's no viable reason for it, and we're all stumped by it. It's just outrageously. Charlie probably has the figures from the bills, but my recollection is that a normal bill for any of our stations is in the $400 to $600 a month range, and these were coming in at thousands for that one station, which is a single company station. So it shouldn't have anything like this.
we asked for an abatement. I mean, do we pay the bill?
Of course we pay the
Well,
Okay.
I'm kind of joking, but this is 3 times what was.
But my wisecrack was it's water over the dam. We paid the bill. We have to balance the budget.
So, okay, Charlie, you want to go on to the next item?
Sure. So the fire personnel budget is the next.
By the way, before you go on, I think the consensus of the board is that we should continue trying to figure out this problem. I mean, it may be anomalous, but
Well, it's interesting you say that, right? Because we're going to have to build it into the budget going forward. But even just like Paul points out, it's significantly over our current budget. So I mean, my hope is that we do figure out where this came from, and we'll just have to monitor into the next fiscal year, into FY25, if we can see if we have the same issues. And this can be a message, to us, certainly to say, look, don't give up on this. And I hear you on that.
But you're not setting the budget to $60,000 for next year because the bill went from 16,000 to 56,000. Are you suggesting that?
Not the way we traditionally budget. We traditionally budget based on unit price and then 3 years of average use. But if we were to go to the water department and they were to say, this is absolutely not a leak issue, it's not a functional or mechanical issue, this is purely a usage problem, then we might bump our estimates up a little bit. Yeah, I think the goal is to budget appropriately. The question is whether this is appropriate. And I hear what you're saying, that I've been pressing the chief, where is this coming from? Do we have any idea where this is coming from? And we've done multiple inspections on the building. It's hard to know what our next step is other than to keep monitoring it and continue looking for potential solutions.
Yeah, just make sure no one's running a water bottling business.
Right. That's what it seems like. Yeah.
Okay. Let's go on to the next item.
Sure. So the fire department is requesting a reserve fund transfer of $979,302 for its personnel budget. That $979,000 is primarily driven by overtime. which is actually closer to $1.3 million in deficit on the individual line items. So we're actually realizing about $300,000 in savings on other personnel accounts, primarily due to vacancies, that are bringing that down to $979,000. These costs in the overtime account are driven by both leave utilization, so that's sick leave, vacation leave, personal leave, as well as vacancies, where those shifts now need to be filled. As a reminder, this is a continued issue. Last year, our reserve fund transfer request was for $816,000, and the year before that, it was for just shy of $1.5 million. So in recognition of it being a continued issue, we are monitoring leave closely with the chief. We're meeting regularly to discuss leave utilization patterns. And in February, I issued a memo that took a look at leave and took a look at the overtime budget. And there were a few key findings that came away from that, that came away from that memo. Firstly, while we have significantly reduced IOD cases, those are injured on duty cases in the past couple of years, and those were the major driver of the deficit 2 to 3 years ago. Now that those cases are down, we are noticing that sick leave is up by almost 3 tours per firefighter since 2018, which is significant. The number now is somewhere around 6 tours per firefighter per year. So that number has almost potentially doubled. With those findings, we essentially recommended an increase to the overtime budget in FY25 of $300,000, which was put through in the FY25 budget, and we hope will help to bring this down next year. The reason you're seeing an RFT number that is higher than the prior year, where there are a couple of issues that essentially exacerbated the overtime deficit this year. Now, those are described in the February memo, but just in brief, an issue with the deputy chiefs not having their vacations scheduled prior to summer, which is how it is always done, even though they were included in the daily count for minimum contractual leave days, caused almost $70,000 in expense over the summer. And that's an estimate. It actually could be higher. And in addition, we carried 8 to 9 vacancies for much of the year. And for reference, when we have vacancies, we obviously have to fill those shifts. But if we bring on new recruits who go into the academy, while those folks are in the academy, we have to both pay them and pay overtime to fill their shifts. And so those are the 2 issues that push the deficit up higher than the prior year. It is interesting to note that leave utilization was down just slightly this year. And the 8 to 9 vacancies that we had have been mostly filled. I believe we have just 1 vacancy going into FY25. And so while we do not envision this deficit will be resolved going into FY25, we will still have to deal with this next year. I do expect that we will be positioned for a much better leave experience with being fully staffed, with having that deputy chief issue that we had last year resolved, and with the addition to the budget. So with that, I just want to thank the chief for all of his hard work tracking the leave utilization data that we use to come up with those figures, and for meeting with us regularly, and for all the work he and HR have done to bring down IOD cases and manage the excessive leave and high overtime numbers. If the chief has anything he would like to add before I throw it to the board for questions, please feel free to do so, Chief Sullivan.
No, thank you, Charlie. It was a very well put together. I would just quickly add that over the last few years, we've also taken other steps administratively to try to bring this number down. And we continue into the future to look for ways that we can manage our overtime in a more effective way, so that we can bring this more into line. As some of you know, a few years back, I had made the case at AC, at the advisory committee, that our number that we are actually budgeting our overtime for was kind of arbitrarily low, and I appreciate Charlie and Melissa and Chaz looking at that and adding an additional $300,000 to next year's budget, so that this number doesn't seem so out of whack every year, based on the fact that we just weren't really realistically budgeting for what the overtime costs were. And so that is part of the plan as we move forward, is to continue to make that number a more realistic number, so that it doesn't arbitrarily look like there's this massive number every year.
Great, thank you. So I'd like to move, unless there are any questions from the board, I'd like to move approval of all of the items, reserve fund transfer in the amount of $979,303 to address shortfalls in the fire personnel budget, $41,000 to address shortfalls in the fire utilities budget, and appropriation transfer request from the fire department, from emergency management general supplies to administrative diesel, $9,700, from fire administration computer equipment to fire administration water, $12,500. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, next. Memorandum of Understanding between the town and schools. That was originally on the consent calendar. It was someone asked to take it off there so we can discuss it. And since that time, I think there was an amendment or revision to the MOU that we saw originally.
Just a small clarifying amendment on the first page that reflects the school committee's request that we indicate that it's not just students and teachers, but there's also related parents, vendors, caregivers that may be using the space. So we included that.
Okay. Wasn't there a change at 558 or something?
No, that was just the making sure that Exhibit B reached you. For some
Okay.
reason, it didn't reach you via email, so I emailed it to you.
Okay, great. Any questions or anything you want to discuss? John?
I know the hour is late, but the main reason that I asked for this to be given a little bit of space is, and if our town administrator doesn't mind, just for the public, could you summarize what are the key points of this memorandum of understanding, and what is a memorandum of understanding, and why is it invoked in this particular instance?
Sure. So the town, Brookline, bought this portion of Newbury College in Fisher Hill West. The town owns it. It's currently being paid for with debt. While we figure out what we want to do with it long term, we have been using the structure, at least in part, for operation of town departments. With the upcoming demolition of the Pierce School, students need somewhere to go. It's a K-8 school. So the old Lincoln School will be housing the lower grades, K through 5. And then the upper grades, the schools asked and negotiated for, and were able to secure an agreement with the public building staff to utilize the upper 2 floors of the main Newbury College building in Fisher Hill West there for the upper grades, grades 6 through 8. And so what this does is it lays out in very clear terms who's responsible for which rooms, how you can use them, the times and the hours, the uses of the parking lots. All of this is subject to months of negotiation back and forth, which I'm very grateful to the school department, but also particularly to the 2 town departments that worked very hard on this, which were buildings and IT, who currently use the space. It was not easy to figure out how to utilize a limited space in this fashion. I'm very grateful to the town departments for figuring this out. And what this says is, this is how we're going to use this as a school temporarily while the Pierce construction is underway. And it's very clear that this is a temporary usage. The final permanent usage of this site will be determined by the town. And this only lasts until the Pierce construction is complete. And then 30 days after the building is occupiable. The expectation is that the MOU says that the school department will vacate the structure. And at that point, hopefully we will have a long-term proposal for what we're going to do with that space.
Yeah, let me just add that the Newbury campus is really a piece of land that a lot of people would like to put their pet projects on, a lot. And, in order to make sure that we don't get into a chaotic struggle when the schools are no longer using Fisher Hill, we've set up a so-called Fisher Hill West Uses Advisory Committee, which we will be initiating at our next meeting. The idea of that, as well as this MOU, is just make it very clear as to what the next step in the utilization of the Newbury campus is going to be, so that we don't have any ambiguity, any disputes, or any confusion. Once the school is out of the property and we're in a position to look at what we do next, so. Paul?
I wanted just to clarify with the town administrator. So this agreement in front of us, staff and yourself have worked with the superintendent of schools. The school committee has had input into this.
Yes.
We've reviewed it. Is there anybody else?
No.
This is in agreement.
This is it.
In its final form.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, who is first? Mike.
This is a question David may be able to answer. Are the schools planning, or there's a reference in here to bus and van loading and unloading and where that needs to take place, and that's fine. But what do we expect in terms of a parent drop off and traffic there?
So we have a section in here about parking and the usage of the parking
Right.
lots for drop off and pickup. We have an organized structure with the Pierce principle so that traffic in and out of Fisher Hill West is minimized, or at least is kept to a constant, is not, we're trying to avoid rush hour, right? We're trying to avoid a situation where town
Yep.
employees and school staff are all leaving at the same time. And that just adds to traffic backup in the neighborhood, which was a concern of the community. So we have a structure in place for how pickup and drop off are going to run, and making sure that those run as efficiently as possible.
Okay.
So
that, because parent drop off sometimes is a little difficult to control unless there are staff out there, school staff out there to supervise it.
And we've made that clear, and the principal knows. The principal has been a really good partner on this. She understands the process that we have to go through here, and that it's shared space. And so we're working collaboratively with the whole team at Pierce.
Okay, David.
Just wondering about the definition or understanding of customary school hours, because there's a section basically saying that there can't be any after-school activities other than parent-teacher conferences are sort of a carve-out example. But realistically, kids and teachers are not going to exit right on exactly the last minute of the day. So it is customary hours incorporating up to 1 hour more, or what's the understanding there?
3:30.
3:30? Okay.
And that's the usual end of school day, right?
No, that's an hour.
Half an hour, yeah, an hour after, yeah.
An hour.
Yeah. Oh, an hour after?
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
I used to go
Early on
to
Fridays,
prison.
and
I
on
was-
Fridays it would be 2:30 or 2:40.
Okay, any other discussion? I move approval then of the MOU between the town and the school department for Pierce School's temporary use of the former Newbury College property on Fisher Hill. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. And okay, I'm sorry. Regina, you want to speak?
I do.
Okay.
And I hope it's helpful. Virginia Frawley from Precinct 16. Paul hit the nail on the head during the discussion of the cemetery presentation. It's very clear that there's a information gap when you get new people up here who weren't really even around when other discussions were being had. If you were doing this is just an example, the cemetery, you might want to ask how much of the cemetery trust pays into the town. Used to be they'd hire their own workers to do the plowing, et cetera, and they paid a contract for that. At some point, the town wanted a piece of the action, so they started to use only the town employees to do the DPW. That's a question that's ad hoc to that committee, but all the trusts would have a similar kind of questions, and maybe the enterprises funds. So you kind of have to take a look at that. And I was surprised that he didn't also know, because he's very new to this. They had planned, and I went to so many meetings, for a columbarium to be built at the cemetery to handle the definitely popular use now of cremation. What's happened to that? He didn't mention that. He said, well, we're thinking of things, but that was a big discussion and lots of meetings with a proposal of a previous trust, cemetery trust, to have a columbarium there. So I hope your questions are more formed with those kinds of nuances so that you know where the actual money is going and where it's coming from. That's important. So thank you. And I do want to also just mention about the pro formas. In 40B, it's a nonprofit. You're entitled to 20% profitability for the entire cost of the project. So obviously 20% of 4 stories is a lot less than 20% of 6 stories, which uses that much more expensive construction. So there's no question that usually what happens when there's an issue like this, the town will demand that the developer pay for an outside pro forma expert. You get to be in charge of the results, but the developer pays for it. I think there is some question here. You cannot rely on the funding agencies to do that work for you. I know they don't do it. They should, but
Thank
they
you.
don't.
Okay, that ends our meeting.